everyone. Thanks for joining us. I am Carla and I am here with Zach Schmal, and we are going to be talking about dragons today. So, Zach, would you like to share with everyone what we're going to be talking about?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, yeah, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for coming along to our launch party. And wow, how many launch parties have we had? Is this four? It's been a
This
while.
is our fifth one. This is the fifth
Wow,
one. This
five.
is we started with superheroes last year, and
Oh,
so this
wow.
is number 5, but
You're
it's
right. So
issue
this
number
is,
18. Yeah.
wow. So it's the start of our second
Yep.
full year of launch parties. That's awesome. And
Yeah.
it's so much fun to get everyone here because what we do, if you've never been to a launch party before, is we bring on as many of our contributors as possible and try to go deeper with their pieces with them and talk to them about their pieces. Because any of you out there who are authors, you might know that you have a finished product, but there's always more that you want to say. There's always more that you really feel the need to talk about. And we hope to provide a venue to do that and to have a lot of fun because sometimes it's really it's nice to hear the voices, to see the faces behind the articles you've read. It really, for me at least, I love getting to know all of these awesome people, some of whom I've never met outside of the journal. So it's really exciting to be able to do that. So we are going to have 6 sessions today, and each session is themed differently. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. But it they're half-hour segments, and it's just a great opportunity. And one thing that we love is when you might have questions too for each panel. So by all means, whatever you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, we're even on Twitch. So if you're playing video games while you're streaming us, you can do that too. Um, so yeah, we would love to have some great questions for our panelists. Of course, we have plenty to talk about, but we'd love to engage with you in the audience as well. Um, so yeah, maybe we
Yeah.
could pull
And
up this.
yeah, so honestly, one of the things that I love about this particular issue is last year when we were getting our plan of what we were going to do for this year. One of our contributors, Carice Gilland, she loves dragons. She's written quite a few pieces for us that has dragons in them, and so we kind of think of this as a Carice issue. But I don't know. I had in my head that it was going to turn out to be a little different than it actually turned out to be. But one of the really cool things about this particular issue is that we have a lot of people that are time contributors with us. We have people that have been subscribed to the journal for a while and now they're contributing. And I personally think that that is super exciting that we have more people joining in with us to put out these issues. And it's just, as Zach was saying, it gives us a way to connect to other people. And so for those of us who went through the cultural apologetics program at HBU, which if you haven't watched any of these before, or if you're not familiar with the journal, this actually kind of came out of the cultural apologetics program at HBU. Everyone that started it was a graduate or in the program at the time. It's not an HBU university organization. We are our own 501c3 nonprofit organization, but that's how it launched. And so those of us who went through the program, we know each other and we stay connected, but it's just been so much fun to bring in all of these other people that have kind of the same outlook and the same approach to apologetics and get to know them. So we're just kind of broadening the community a little bit. So anyway, this has just been Zach and I both said when we saw it all come together, it was not what we expected it to be, but it's even better than we expected. We tell people we're talking about dragons and they submit what they want, and it's just really kind of amazing to see what comes out. So anyway, where do you want to go next? Do you want to go over the schedule today?
Sure, yeah, we probably should do that. That's a good idea. So
Okay,
obviously,
let me just let me just go here. Okay, go ahead.
there it is. Okay, so Yeah, obviously, right now, as our brief welcome, our first panel is on fiery dragons. So you'll meet Jacqueline Wilson and Tracy Leary. Right after that, you'll have Lewis's Dragons with Junius Johnson, Elizabeth Martin, and Clark Widener. Uh, then right after that, we have an intermission and a giveaway. So you're going to want to learn how to do that. And I think we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. After that, I'm going to be interviewing Carla and Ted Wright about ancient dragons. And let's see. Yeah, then we have Fantastical Dragons with Christine Norville and Donald Hutchins. Another giveaway. See, we like to get books in your hands. So we like giveaways here. Um, then Literary Dragons is with Adam Bratton and George Saunders. Two pieces of fiction right there. Really interesting. We have had a lot of fiction in this issue. We've always welcomed fiction, but we've received a lot of it, which is really exciting. And then finally, Defeated Dragons with Jesse Baker. Unfortunately, I don't believe Alex will be able to make it today. And then last but certainly not least, we have our main giveaway. So it's a full day. And Carla and I will be moderating these panels as we go. So we're excited and ready to roll on this.
Okay, just a second. I'm trying to get this off and it's not. Okay. So, Zach mentioned the giveaway several times. And so this is super fun and it's super easy. All you have to do to enter the giveaway is enter hashtag dragons from wherever you're watching from. So I will qualify this by saying if you're watching from Amazon Live, I don't think that the comments will pull. So you probably will have to come over to one of the other places where we're streaming, either on YouTube or Facebook, and come in. And so anyway, I think all the other locations the comments will come through. So we are streaming through StreamYard. We're streaming to multiple places. Everywhere that we're streaming, except for Amazon Live, if you comment in the chat or the comments, whichever is applicable to the place where you're watching, it will show up in StreamYard so we can see that. So anyway, like you said, we have the first two giveaways are for a copy of the Dragons issue, and then the last giveaway is a grand prize for a 1-year subscription to the journal, which is totally amazing. So before we get into this, like, Zach, do you want to share some of our exciting news that we've had about some a new development with the journal?
Yeah, so like I said, we love to get physical books in your hands. We started as an online only publication. Our readers are book people, and our readers are like, hey, when are you going to make it into paper books? We're like, well, we'll hit on that. We'll do that. And now it's really cool because HJ Books in Wichita, Kansas, they are the first bookstore that has actually started regularly buying some copies and putting them on their shelves. So we want to give them a huge shout out. But also we want to open this up to any of you out there. If you have a bookstore in your life that you think would benefit from having an unexpected journal on their shelves, I mean, definitely have them get in touch with us. And I think we have another picture here of our books literally on their shelves. Yeah. So there's our winter, or it was our spring issue.
Spring.
The 1st issue of this year. Yeah. On the shelves. And it looks beautiful. Of course, our cover art for that issue and this one were done by Virginia de la Lastra, who does a lot of our cover art. She does a beautiful job. And so we love, I mean, that's one of the most fun parts of this, is to see people literally have our books. And one really quick story, I hope you don't mind, Carla, but we sponsored a conference in Pennsylvania. A friend I went to high school with was in the audience and sent me a photo of our book in her gift bag. So I'm like, whoa, this is super cool. So again, we love getting books in people's hands. And huge thank you to HJ Books. And we'd love to support local bookstores too. So, check them out. Our book is available even through their website. So if you don't live in Wichita, you can buy it right from them, same price as Amazon. I mean, it support local bookstores. It's great.
And we are actually starting to contact more Christian bookstores to get books, physical books in there. We're actually talking to a few different stores right now in different areas. And so right now, the only place where you could walk in today and pick up a copy of the journal is 8th Day Books, but we're working on getting it into more locations. And I put up a page here. If you go to unexpectedjournal.com, Christian bookstores, this will give you an update of where we currently have issues in different Christian bookstores. And like Zach said, we like to support local Christian bookstores. So if you personally know of a Christian bookstore where you would like to see the journal, you can do us a huge favor by getting us the contact information and the person that we should talk to there, and we will contact them and see if they're interested in carrying the journal. So if you just send us an email at unexpectedjournal@gmail.com, that is one way you can help the journal out. And also, like I said, if you like a copy of the journal, you know what? Amazon makes a ton of money. Jeff Bezos doesn't need more money to take another trip to the moon or wherever he's going. So go ahead and buy it through one of your local bookstores, because then you support them and you're also supporting us. So anyway, I think we're about ready for our next segment, right?
Yeah, it's time.
Okay, so we're going to have a little short break and then we will see you in a second.
All right, and here we are. We are back with our first session of the day. I am here with Jacqueline Wilson and Tracy Leary. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Really appreciate it.
I'm glad to be here.
Me too.
Yeah, so I thought maybe the first thing, in case people don't know you or haven't read your article, maybe each of you could kind of just provide a short summary of your work, and also introduce yourself so people know who you are. So let's start with Tracy, and then we'll go to Jacqueline.
All right. I'm Tracy Leary. I teach integrated humanities courses for Kepler Education online. I teach ancient books and medieval books, introductory courses for middle schoolers. The article that I wrote for an Unexpected Journal was on Kazuo Ishiguro's novel, The Buried Giant. So it's a novel that's set in post-Arthurian Britain during the invasion of the Saxons. And in an attempt to bring peace to the island in the aftermath of atrocities that had been performed by both sides, King Arthur and Sir Gawain imprison the dragon Querig in a pit. And from this pit, Querig's breath infects everybody in the island. It creates a mist that causes everyone to forget everything, all their memories from a few hours back and previously. And so there's peace because nobody can remember anything that anybody else did to them that was wrong. So Ishiguro brilliantly, I think, explores how that plays out when Querig dies, because in the novel, she's an old dragon and she's on her last legs. And so when everybody's memories come back, will the peace last? And that's the question that he explores in the novel.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. That sounds awesome. And I love hearing a fellow Kepler shout out from you. So I taught at Kepler for a few years too. All right, and Jacqueline.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Wilson. I currently work at a law firm. I'm the executive assistant to the head of the firm. And I'm also super excited to be going on my second semester at HBU. I'm getting my master's in apologetics. And my contribution to the AUJ is a poem that was loosely based off of the Catholic Cardinal McCarrick. And the rhyme and meter of the poem is identical to Chaucer's The Pardoner's Tale, and the part of that is to say, hey, the Catholic Church has had, these issues that are ongoing. We're really good at looking at what we do right, like we venerate the saints and everything, but we could do better in looking at what we do wrong. And the point is to help prevent things like Cardinal McCarrick, and that's where the dragon comes in.
Yeah, I do love your tie into Chaucer too. That's that how you use the same rhyme and meter. It's very well done. And yeah, poor Jacqueline had to suffer through dealing with me as a professor a quarter ago. So yeah, sorry about
You're
that.
great.
This is interesting because I think most listeners will realize both of your stories, they're different, obviously, but they also kind of they ask some questions about the way the world is, whether it's we're dealing with abuse and things like that, and certainly the Catholic Church is not alone in that, as we've seen recently, or a whole society that they're in this like false imprisonment, right, of memory or lack of memory, and what's going to happen when memory comes back. And so both of, at least I kind of took away that you both appeal to the imagination as a way of communicating kind of prescriptive action of some sort. Or, I mean, like you said, Jocelyn, hoping to prevent this, or Tracy, wondering what might happen, or are memories horrible things, or what. And so maybe, and I don't know, maybe we can start with Jacqueline this time, but can we kind of talk about why or how the imagination provides an avenue for dealing with these hard messages? I mean, these are hard for people to hear.
Yeah. So what I think is great about fiction is it creates a stepping stone, right? So for instance, this is a silly example, but in the morning, I like to turn on a soft lamp. And then when I'm ready and more awake, then I'll turn on the light so I can see more clearly. And I think that's kind of what fiction does. It creates a lens and a preparation to be able to see what's real and what the truth is. So, like for instance, my poem with the cardinal and the sexual abuse, that's horrible. And it's really hard to accept that reality. But if we can accept it as a fiction first, then maybe that's a stepping stone to say, okay, but this happens in real life too. What can we do about it? How can we prevent it in the future? And so I think fiction is a wonderful stepping stone to preparing the mind for something that may be too terrible to accept, like right away, kind of like having a soft light when you wake up in the morning and then having the real light to see the full reality of the day, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. And Tracy, do you have any thoughts on this question as well?
Yeah, I completely agree with Jacqueline. And I think that in the topics that she and I are both kind of working with, topics that are so personal and so varied, as these very, very deep wounds that people give each other, and how to reconcile that, or whether you should reconcile that at all. I think when we walk through another character's experience, that gives us the space to identify with their story in light of our own, and to differentiate where we need to do that. And it gives us the time to recognize where our stories match up, and how that character, maybe dealt with a very similar situation. And it sort of gives us the opportunity to try that on for ourselves. Does it fit? Is this something that's going to help me in the situation that I'm walking through? But it's not personal, because it's their story. It's the character story and not your own. So I think just in general, it's through the imagination that we access the affections, right? Which is why there are no neutral imaginative works. There are effective ones and there are ineffective ones. But I think every work of art is attempting to move our affections towards something, hopefully the good, the true, and the beautiful, and away from whatever is opposed to that. And ultimately, you know, we have to make that real in our own lives, and we have to decide what to do with that and how we feel about it.
Yeah, that's great, and great thoughts from both of you. I love how you both kind of handle similar issues, but from different angles, and I thought it made a really interesting pairing. And remembering and memory, you've both kind of alluded to it already. You've kind of touched on history. I mean, obviously, in the Buried Giant, it's a central theme, right? Obviously, and Jacqueline, you've mentioned a few times already, and your work certainly emphasizes not repeating the mistakes of the past. So I guess, I mean, sometimes people wonder, you know, why should we care about the past, right? We think about like C.S. Lewis. He talked about his attitude of chronological snobbery, right? Assuming now is always better than the past, and had an uncritical acceptance of kind of the spirit of his age. And so as we think about, you know, apologetics, we think about things like that. And maybe we'll start with Tracy with this one, but why you know, why does the past matter? I mean, can't we just like keep moving forward and eventually, you know, we're just gonna like progressively get better and better and better, and everything will be awesome?
Well, obviously, The Buried Giant is a novel of historical fiction. So Ishiguro, you know, by the form of the novel that he's creating, is using historical works like The Venerable Bede, like Geoffrey of Monmouth, or Bishop Asser's Life of Alfred. He refers to all of these things obliquely, but they're there. So obviously, he believes that the past matters. And we see that just in the form of the novel itself. And it matters how the people who lived that past wrote about it and what they had to say about their experiences. But I think too, in the context of the novel, again, when you're talking about these really deep wounds in people, a lot of times, you know, we break something, we junk it and go get a new one and start over. But you can't do that with the human heart, can you? It's eternal. And so a shattered heart has to be rebuilt from the pieces that are there, because we're not God. We can't create new hearts. That's the whole point of Frankenstein, right? We're not God. So we have to know the past in order to mend the heart. You have to know how it got broken, how it got shattered, so that you know how to put it back together. And so we see that in the novel at a very personal level between this married couple, Axel and Beatrice. But we see it at the national level too, I think, because, you know, national atrocities are always done by individuals to other individuals. So when we talk about the healing of the nations, we're talking about many, many hearts on both sides. And the only way they get healed is one at a time. So, but that's really, really slow. And it really can tempt us to circumvent that process, which is what King Arthur tried to do with the, you know, by imprisoning Dragon Querig in the novel. And again, I think you also have to ask the question, like the abuse that Jacqueline is addressing, should, you know, forgiveness can happen, but should reconciliation even happen in that instance? I'm not sure that it necessarily should when those wounds are so deep. How do you, it can take a lifetime to mend that.
Absolutely. Yeah, great thoughts. And Jacqueline, yeah, how about your thoughts on this one?
They're actually very similar to Tracy's, and I'm not sure that I have much more to add. I think Mark Twain said it really well too. You know, history may not repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. And I tried to play on that in my poem a little bit. You know, with the same rhyme and meter as The Pardoner's Tale. You know, the pardoner in Chaucer's The Pardoner's Tale is really consumed with riches and just greed and selfishness. And I think there's a parallel too with the cardinal. It's a different kind of greed and selfishness, but it's still a lust and an overconsumption to the point where there's no moderation. It's not good. It's destroying other people's lives. And I think it's just so important to remember the wounds of the past, like Tracy was saying, so that we can look at them and say, okay, well, that didn't work well. What did work well? And what can we do to keep things working well? I mean, in a nutshell, it's just if we don't learn our past and our history, we can't learn from it. We can't look and say, okay, what went well and how can we keep doing well, if that makes sense.
100%. Yeah, no, that's a great thought. And I love it because then, all right, now we come to the dragon part because that's why we're here. I mean, the dragon comes up so often. I mean, in so many imaginative exercises, right? I mean, obviously you both apply the dragon in different ways. Obviously, our intro video that y'all were watching, I mean, Lewis loves his dragons. And I guess, I guess for Jacqueline, it's, why do you think the dragon imagery made sense for you, or for Tracy, why do you think the authorial decision was made to include a dragon, right? 'Cause they come up all the time. They come up everywhere. And like, why do we love these, like evil beasts so much, right? Why do we like fall in love with them? So Jacqueline, maybe we'll start with you this time. I like to alternate. Sorry.
Sure. Well, I think that first of all, dragons are just super cool because they're so powerful and mighty. And you think, oh, if they used all of their power and fire breathing skills for good and for protective purposes, how amazing would that be, right? But I think in Western cultures, they're seen as these monstrous beasts, right? And I think that there's a parallel in my cardinal where there's this lust, this overconsumption, and that kind of matches the Western tradition of the dragon, where they're like hoarding gold and hoarding princesses and destroying castles and fortresses and homes, really, and spirits. And that's what the cardinal does in my poem is, steals treasure, but it's the treasures of the church, right? The humans within it. There's definitely a metaphor, and I think that it's just easier to look at through the lens of a dragon than to say, oh, these are human beings that are real. It makes it more palatable so that you can face reality when you're ready.
That's it. I like how you put that. Yeah, it enables you to face reality when you're ready. That's a great way to put it. And Tracy, how about your thoughts on this? Yeah, why dragons? Why not some other random beast?
Yeah, there's just something so transcendent about dragons because they've been part of the human moral imagination since the Garden of Eden, since, either the beginning of time, if you take it literally, or the beginning of human storytelling, if you look at it figuratively. And I think there's just something very deep in our psyche that responds to dragons as representing that sort of forbidden knowledge and we're all tempted by it. I think we're all tempted to sin as Eve sinned and to eat that fruit because we want to know. There's something that we want to know. And Jacqueline, in reading your poem, I just kept the phrase angel of light kept coming to me. Like, Satan is an angel of light. And I think that when it's the clergy, it is so hard because they look so good. And, I think it's Diane Langberg that says there are not two words that are more diametrically opposed to each other than spiritual abuse. Because spirit is of the spirit, it represents God, but abuse is mistreatment and using those things for our own purposes. And so I do think that that angel of light idea, that things look so good and so shiny on the outside, but there's a sting at the end. There's the tail, the reality of the serpentness of it is being hidden from us.
That's a great way to put it. And it's interesting because, I mean, and again, to continue on kind of a common theme here that you both have mentioned again, I mean, dragons are, at least in our Western tradition, are typically viewed as evil, right? Every now and then you have a good dragon. Later we'll be talking to George and his fictional story. You know, it's a bit more complex. I'll not ruin the whole ending for everyone, but it's more complex than that. But a lot of times in our imagination, it really is dragons are these evil things. I mean, it's a whole Narnia is going to come up a lot today, so sorry, viewers. You're going to hear a lot about Narnia the whole day. But you use this turning into a dragon as indicative of kind of his heart, right? The negative quality. And so why in apologetics then? It seems like we're using a negative to help point towards something positive, right? We're not just saying, "Oh, be good and don't be greedy and don't hoard things and don't obviously don't harm people, harm things, harm property," right? We're using kind of a negative light. What I wonder, do you think? How do you think sometimes we're able to use these kinds of negative examples to kind of push people towards the truth, if that makes sense, or to encourage them along that way? And I guess we'll start with Tracy this time.
Well, I think in the Buried Giant, I think Querig the dragon, I don't know, and I've asked myself this, is she really evil? I mean, there's deceit in her very fabric of who she is. But in this novel, she's not actually actively trying to do anything. She's being used by other people. She's being used by Arthur and Gawain. And there's a suggestion that the Saxons would like to use her too, if they can just get hold of her. So I think that where the question of evil or not comes in is in the people that are trying to use her and the ambiguity of their motives. So Arthur says he wants peace, but does he want peace or does he just not want to be held accountable for the things they've done to the Saxons? And the Saxons, seem to be the bad guys. They seem to be the ones who want war, but do they want war? Or do they want justice for their people? And so, I think there's an ambiguity there in that. I think where the problem comes in with Querig is because both sides forget that you don't use a dragon, you slay it. Mm-hmm. And I think in moving away from that idea that, maybe she's not all that bad, maybe we can actually make some use out of her. I think that's where the novel goes, or the actions of the people in the novel tend to stray off course.
Ooh, that's really interesting. Yeah, so more of not a tool, but yeah, she's being used. That's really interesting. Any of you out there who haven't read The Buried Giant, I hope that entices you to read it, because that's really it's super interesting. And Jacqueline, how about you on this question?
I love what Tracy said. You don't use a dragon, you slay it. They may seem enticing and powerful and useful, but in the end, they just destroy. And that's what sin does. And I think that's dragons are a great metaphor for sin and looking at the negative side of things. Like as you mentioned in your question, it's useful in an apologetic stance to look at the negative because you can see like as Tracy was alluding to, is like sometimes it may appear good, but in the end it's evil. And I feel like that's how Satan works, right? That's how sin works. Is it has it's like a perverted good where it has a little bit of good, but not the fullness. And you just got to cut sin off, slay it, get rid of it all, even if it looks enticing, because what comes from God is the fullness of truth. It is the purity, the goodness in its whole. There's no corruptness. And you just want to slay everything that's attached to the corruptedness. And I mean, Tracy, you said it so well. I'm out of words. I think that's That's great. It's such a dragon is such a great metaphor because you're like, oh, these are such powerful, strong beasts. How can I use this for good? But in the end, it's like in the Garden of Eden, the apple was, or the fruit of the tree was pleasing to the eye. It had goodness to it, but in the end, it created destruction and death. And then, thank God Jesus came and saved us all. So I think dragon's word is a great metaphor for an apologetics stance.
I love that, and I love it, and I say this every session I've ever had, and it applies here too. I can't believe we're almost out of time together. Man, and you two have been awesome, and I'm wondering, as we start to come to hand of an end, and I think I might know where this is going to go, but maybe I'm wrong. If someone just read your piece, is there a specific is there one or two kind of key takeaways that you want people to remember? Because that's ideally our journal. We talk a lot about putting a stone in someone's shoe, right? We're not a super evangelistic publication, right? I mean, if you've read our journal, we don't. It's not blatantly in your face, but we hope to get people thinking. And so, are there one or two things for each of you that maybe you want people to be thinking as they come away from your piece? And let's start with Jacqueline this time.
Okay. Yeah. I think my biggest takeaway is I don't want people to be afraid to look at the bad or the negative. It's okay to look at your ugliness because Christ redeems that all. And without looking at the negative, you can't improve, you can't get better. I think I keep saying that through this whole time is just, what works well, what doesn't work well, and then build from that and learn from it. And the other takeaway I would like is that your worth is not based off of, or anyone's worth, the sins that they commit. Christ is there and he's loving, and he's going to help you slay that sin and that ugliness if you're willing to look at it.
Ooh, and that's the kicker right there, right? If you're willing to look at it, that's huge, and I love that. I think, your piece is so important, and I know you obviously wrote it in the context of the Catholic Church, but certainly something a lot of churches have to reckon with right now. So it's even more timely than when we started working on it together. Tracy, how about you? What do you want to take away, or what do you want people to take away from your piece?
It's so much the same as what Jacqueline said, that when you're moving forward, it's our tendency to want to, to forget the bad because it hurts and it's painful. But I think the whole point of Ishiguro's book is that when we just, sweep things under the rug or pretend they didn't happen, it's really hard to move forward from that and to move forward in a productive way that really moves us toward good. Reconciliation, it's a messy business. And it's really hard to look into someone else's life and to decide when, and to what extent forgiveness and reconciliation should happen for them. We can't do that. There was a comment that I read that said that Axel and Beatrice, the couple, that they did have time. They just chose to look at the bad over the good. But that's not what the novel says. What the novel says is because they didn't remember the infidelity and the difficulties, that they weren't able to really rebuild from that and to rebuild trust. And I think what Jacqueline said is so true. Our sin doesn't define who we are because of redemption in Christ, but it does affect our relationships with other people. And I think, we have to be able to look at those two things as slightly different. So Beatrice's sin against Axel didn't affect her ability to go over to the island at the end of her life, but it did affect her being able to be with Axel there.
That's a great point. And I love what you said. It doesn't change the relationship with Christ, but it can certainly impact our relationships with each other. That's huge. No, so thank you both so much. And before I let you both go, and it's Tracy, is there any websites, anything that we can point people to if they want to, follow your work, sign up their kids to learn from you at Kepler, maybe?
Yeah, I'm on Kepler Education, Kepler.education, and you can just look for my name, Tracy Leary, to see what classes I'm teaching. This year I'm teaching 2 introductory to the great books classes and also an elective on Jane Austen. So I'm excited about that. And then I'm on Facebook as well under Tracy Leary.
Awesome. And Jacqueline, how about you?
Yeah, I have a blog. It hasn't been updated recently, but it's some of my older works and just random thoughts. It's called beneaththedogwoodtree.com. And like Tracy, I'm also on Facebook under Jacqueline Wilson.
Awesome. Well, you two were wonderful to have here. Thank you so much. And now we're going to be transitioning to our next session with Carla. We'll be hosting Junius Johnson, Elizabeth Martin, and Clark Widener. So thank you both so much for being here. This is awesome.
Yes, it was great.
Thank you for
All right.
having me.
And talk to you soon.
Okay.
Hi, thanks for joining me. I'm Carla with the Journal, and I am here with Junius Johnson, Clark Widener, and Elizabeth Martin. And today, what we are going to be talking about is in this session is on Lewis's Dragons. A little bit hard to say that. So anyway, wherever you're watching us, thank you, welcome. And we had a question here about, I think this was from the last segment about questions. And so here's the thing, there's a little bit of a lag when you type in your comment wherever you're watching from. So if you have a question, make sure to get it in early because it might take us a little bit of time to see it. So if you have a question about the last one, if you want to put that in and maybe we can grab a comment like in the intermission. We have 6 segments today, and so we need to kind of keep on schedule here. So we will try to answer as many as you can, but make sure you get them in early. So anyway, I'm going to let Junius and Elizabeth and Clark introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about who they are and a little bit about their piece. And so, Junius, would you like to start?
Sure. So I'm a freelance scholar. My areas of expertise are philosophical theology with an emphasis on medieval theology and on vernacular literature, both Middle Ages and beyond. And I do a lot of writing. I publish books. I teach courses online through my own business, Junius Johnson Academics. And last summer, I taught a series of courses for adults and children of various ages about dragons, and it was bringing together, reworking some material I used to teach when I was a university professor. I had a course for freshmen on dragons to help them transition into the great text major, and so I reworked some of that material and taught that. And I was thinking, I continue to think about these things, and I was kind of working my way towards something like a definitive statement of why I am so fascinated by dragons as a theologian and as a literary scholar and whatnot. And then right about that time, someone reached out to me and said, Unexpected Journal is doing an issue on dragons. You should probably write something for them. And I thought, yes, that'll be it. So the piece that I've written, Dragonish Thoughts in Our Hearts, is an attempt to synthesize what I've been thinking about dragons over the last several years, with my lifelong love and interest in dragons, and to try to put some of those thoughts into what could be essentially a definitive form for me going forward.
Awesome. Yeah. If you missed the preview of for this issue and launch party, I pull quotes from his essay quite a bit in the preview. We're really glad that you contributed this. It was really amazing. So Elizabeth, how about you?
Hi, it's nice to be here. So my background is a little bit varied. I have my BA in communications, my MA in 16th century Venetian art history, and then I'm currently pursuing my MA in cultural apologetics at HBU. So my piece, I was really fascinated just with Lewis and with the Pilgrim's Regress, and that line, Bella Sua Volaconde, within his will is our peace, just grabbed me, and I saw it woven out throughout his works. So I really looked at how Lewis worked with the archetypes and then purposefully broke them, but the way that he broke them and why he broke them was very much for the spiritual boon of the character that he was writing about. And I thought that was amazing, that he could take that archetype, break the tradition, but do it for such a pointed purpose. So my essay kind of threads it throughout.
Awesome. So had you written that before, or was this for Dr. Ward's class, or?
So it grew out of Dr. Ward's class. I was in his class and we wrote about Lewis, and I wrote about, and then saw that there was the call for submission about dragons, and then emailed Dr. Ward and went from there. And just wrote the piece and loved it, learned a lot while I wrote, and this is the very first piece that I've written for AUJ, so I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, so if, as we mentioned at the beginning of the live stream, this journal has its roots in the Cultural Apologetics program at Houston Baptist University, and our one of the professors there is Dr. Michael Ward, and he teaches two classes. One is literature and apologetics. Yeah, literature and apologetics, and C.S. Lewis and apologetics. So we read a lot of his works. He's actually a scholar at, I always forget his actual title, but he's at Oxford. So he teaches virtual classes. So those are really fun. So Clark, how about you?
Yeah, so I'm Clark. I graduated HBU myself with my master's in cultural apologetics. Really enjoyed being there, and that's how we kind of got connected to the Unexpected Journal. So, put in a few issues since its launch, and it's been a great thing to be a part of. This particular one, caught my eye just because who doesn't love dragons, right? I mean, it's just dragons, of course. So a friend of mine and I were talking, and he asked me the question, what do you think about the dragonness of Eustace Scrubb? And I thought it was such an odd question, but it stuck with me. And I thought, well, I kind of want to pry into that. Why is Eustace the way he is? And we know he's kind of a pest, but why does he act this way? And how many of us are much more like Eustace than we are the Pevensey children? And so when I started kind of thinking about that, I thought, well, this would be a cool topic to kind of dive into for this journal. So happy to be a part of this today. And I've heard some great thoughts already. So looking forward to hearing some more.
Awesome. So we actually, all three of your pieces, like when you read them, I hope everybody gets a copy of the journal or reads them online. But when you read them, keep in mind that all we ask for is write on dragons. And the way they tie together is just so eerie. It's just amazing. Like Elizabeth and Junius, you almost end with the exact same thing. So one of the things, though, is that I think most people are probably familiar with C.S. Lewis's book, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader. What you might not be familiar with is his book, The Pilgrim's Regress. And this is a straight up allegory. Like there's a lot of metaphors in the Chronicles of Narnia. The Pilgrim's Regress is an actual allegory. And so because of that, it's really interesting what one of our contributors, Cree said, not to this issue, but she had said that I read Lewis backwards. Like this was one of his first fiction books that he read, if not the first, I don't remember. But and when you read this, you will see thoughts that he had that are in the rest of his fiction. But it's a little bit more because it's allegorical and we don't really like connect with allegory that well. I think most of the time it's probably be better to get this annotated edition. Elizabeth, is this the one that you used?
It is, and I found it invaluable. I think that being able to have the annotations, to be able to read more into his thoughts, and to be able to have some of that explanation is like I said, it's invaluable. Even just down to the angel guide and what the name means, and the fact that it's connected to Old Norse, and to be able to have all of those connections breaks open the piece, even to be able to know, for instance, that virtue is John's conscience. And I think that you could probably make that connection, but it's made very much for you inside of the annotations. And I think that that's especially if it's going to be one of the first pieces that you read of Lewis, definitely.
Yeah. So I think that would be helpful if you as you're listening to this, because I think you all reference this, but as you're listening to this or reading their pieces, if you haven't already read The Pilgrim's Regress, I recommend doing that. But we're going to go and we're going to talk now about dragonish thoughts. And so each of your essays discusses the way our thoughts are evidence of our true selves. So can you share your thoughts about that and how you address it in your essay? And Clark, why don't we start with you?
Sure. So just looking at Eustace Scrubb, by the way, I think the actor who plays him in the Voyage of the Dawn Treader movie is actually quite good. I know people kind of diss on the movies, but I thought he was hilarious. He's this kind of annoying prick in the side character, but he's very important and crucial to the story. And I guess knowing how he was so self-serving and prideful and obnoxious was interesting enough, but Lewis makes it a point to say that Eustace had read none of the right books. He said he had read books that had a lot to say about exports and imports and governments and drains, but they were weak on dragons. And I think Lewis is getting at something here. A person's reading matters. And I think that Eustace's upbringing and probably his more modern education affected the way that he looked at other people. And so post the Enlightenment age, Malcolm Guite, kind of reflecting on that, says the entire realm of objective truth was to be the exclusive terrain of reason at its narrowest, analytic, reductive, atomizing, and the faculties of the imagination and intuition, those faculties alone that were capable of integrating, synthesizing, and making sense of our atomized factual knowledge were relegated to purely private and subjective truth. And I think there's something to this that the modern thought sometimes leaves out the stories, and with that leaves out what it means to be human and what it means to connect with one another. And it's not to say that we shouldn't learn about how the world works, but it is to say that we should learn about what makes people valuable. And I think Eustace Scrubb may have missed out on that. And so there's a lot about his upbringing that makes me, wonder about how much his reading influenced him. He read books about factories and how things worked and the mechanics of things, which I think is important, but he didn't read a lot about stories. And so he goes into this he's immersed into a story. He's immersed into a world where dragons are real, and he becomes one himself. And I don't think he was quite prepared for that world. And I think Lewis made it a point to kind of hint at that Eustace's background and the things that made him the way he was, I guess, had a lot to do with his view of the world, which was very skewed and limited. And I don't think he was quite prepared for the world that he enters in the Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
Awesome. And Junius, how about you next?
Yeah, so one of the things that the image that's important to me is the way that dragons are mirrors of our inner selves. And so on the one hand, they're the grand antagonist, and what do you want to do? You want to go slay the dragon, and you know that when the dragon shows up, the story is getting real. And it's a great way to sort of take your fantasy world to the next level if you slap a dragon in there, right? But there's also this, on the other hand, this longing about the dragons, which is not purely directed at fighting them, and goes, in a lot of people, and myself included, all the way to a kind of identification. And there's this poem that I quote called "Oh, to be a Dragon," and that the title, the first line, really encapsulates this sense of the poem. It's, man, I'd love to be a dragon. That'd be great. I don't care how big or small I'd be, just to be a dragon, that would be amazing. And this is problematic, given not just the role that dragons play in our literature, but also given the role they play in the biblical text, specifically the dragon as an image, both in Genesis and in Revelation. And so I really wanted to, I've always liked, since I've been thinking about dragons theologically, I've always liked the ambiguity, in a good sense, inherent in them, that they can represent both the most magnificent and noble things that humanity can be, and also the most terrible and horrible, monstrous things that humanity can be. And so in my essay, I wanted to explore that specifically, and to sort of, point us to the realization that there's coming face to face with the literary dragon is coming face to face with the possibilities of the human soul, for good and for ill, wrapped up into one. That when we sinned at Satan's urging, we began to take on the image of the one who incited us to sin. We moved towards the imago draconis, the dragon image. But we don't have the power to efface the work that God has done. And so the imago Dei, in which we were created, remains. And so now there's this second image superimposed on the first image, and we're caught in a battle of allegiances between these two. So I wanted to tease that out a bit. And for me, Eustace comes in at the end, because the point about Eustace is to do with the fact that, I've leaned heavily on the fact that he can't do this himself. He could scratch off an infinite number of dragons, and it's never going to actually de-dragon him, right? He needs Aslan to do it. Then he needs to do that is an anti-Pelagian reason. It's he can't save himself, and this is a question of salvation for him. But then that should recontextualize our experience as well. We always dream of ourselves as the dragon slayers, but maybe that's not the right role to see ourselves in. I think a lot of what's wrong in how we think about ourselves in the contemporary world is that we read ourselves into stories in the wrong roles. We always read ourselves into the hero role.
Yeah.
Much more likely, we often read into the villain role, and Christ is read into the hero role. So I wanted to explore those things in my essay.
Yeah, everybody thinks they're an Aragorn, and actually they may be a Wormtongue. But Junius actually mentioned a couple of theological concepts there. The first is the Imago Dei, which comes from Genesis, where man is made in God's image. We have an entire essay on that last 2021. It was in spring, called Image Bearers. And then also he talked about Pelagianism. We're not even going to touch that today. Pick up a theology book, and you could maybe, if you're not already familiar with it. Yes. So Elizabeth, how about you?
So I think just in terms of the dragonish thoughts, I loved the Pilgrim's Regress for this, for two reasons. And it also touches on something that Junius mentioned. We have the Northern Dragon's song, and it gives us such an idea of his own thoughts, including, I love the line about how he's so sad that he ate his wife. And it's not because his wife is dead, but it's because now he can't take a nap because there's no one to watch his gold. So I loved those ideas of the dragon telling us his own thoughts. You also see John deliberating. You see John having a moment where he goes, should I just split it? Should I just split the treasure and let the dragon live? And in that moment, there's such a self-recognition, which I think touches very much on what Junius had just mentioned, with the dragon. And I think that we can have all of these moments of self-recognition. You see that again with the Lizard of Lust in The Great Divorce, where the dragon is just simpering and whining and tempting on his shoulder, and he doesn't want to give it up. He doesn't want to give up that temptation. And it takes him both being willing to submit to the angel and the angel actually dispatching of that horrible demon. And then also with Eustace, when Eustace becomes a dragon, he falls asleep on the dragon's hoard, and he has terrible dragonish thoughts in his dragonish heart. So I think that all of those dragonish thoughts also create a moment of self-recognition that we can see within ourselves, and we can say, all of a sudden we thought we were the hero, we thought we were going along the line, and then, oh, wait a minute, we just want to split the dragon sword. Can we just do that? Or, oh yeah, it's really easy to say that sin's really bad, but when we have something whining and simpering and tempting on our shoulder, it's really easy to want to protect it. So I think that those dragonish thoughts in Lewis, he creates that moment where we have a mirror held up in front of us. We have that moment of self-recognition, and we might even have that dagger in our heart that goes, oh, that's really uncomfortable. So that's in my essay. That's how I saw those dragonish thoughts kind of mature and morph into something more.
Awesome. So the next thing that we are going to talk about, and this, all of you, this comes through very clearly in your essays, and that is talking about the need for the undragoning. So Clark, in your essay, you highlight how Eustace did not even recognize his own dragonness. And Elizabeth, your essay focuses on the need to be willing to submit to God's will in order to be restored. And Junius, you impress the point that we can't defeat the dragon on our own. And so that is what we're going to talk about next. And Elizabeth, do you want to start?
Sure. So what I found really interesting throughout all of the 3 books that I touch on is this interplay that's very strong, where it is undoubtedly and without question that the divine must intercede for us on our behalf. There is no character that of his own power, strength, volition, will, and abilities slays the dragon. But they are the ones that sometimes wield the sword. So for instance, in Pilgrim's Regress, both John and Virtue do wield the sword to slay the dragon, but they do so with the benefit and the help of an angel. In the Lizard of Lust, in the Great Divorce with the Lizard of Lust, the angel, I love it because it creates such a pacing throughout this portion where the angel keeps saying, can I dispatch it for you? And the ghost goes, no, you can't have it. We're just going to go. We're going to leave. And then he keeps coming back. And finally, in this moment of just emotional surrender and catharsis, eventually just says, yes, do it. But God help me. And the angel dispatches it. And then with Eustace, as Junius has mentioned, I love the fact that with Eustace, he tries 3 times to take off that dragon skin and to claw it off. And every time he looks and he sees that it's there on the ground and that he himself is still a dragon. And again, it takes Aslan to really rip that off. And Eustace mentions how bad that first rip just cuts him straight to the heart, which makes me think about having a new heart created within us and our heart of stone being replaced with a heart of flesh. So there is always this absolute need for the divine to intercede, but we always see it being, again, patience being so present where the characters are brought through to a point, I would say, of sanctification. And they submit to the divine's will that sin is separated from them. And that actually creates so much more peace than they had ever thought possible in their life by the separation of what they had been holding on to. Their loves got disordered. Their loves were disordered, and it needed to be reordered with the divine at the first and everything submitting to that. And we'll just nod to the 4 loves with that. So I think that there was, again, that interplay where the divine was needed, but we do see the submission to his will ultimately so that there's peace, there's God's peace within our life.
Awesome. Okay, Clark, how about you next?
Yeah, so I mentioned that Eustace couldn't recognize his own dragonness, and I think that Lewis says something similar before his conversion. And surprised by joy, he says, and what mattered most of all was my deep-seated hatred of authority, my monstrous individualism, my lawlessness. No word in my vocabulary expressed deeper hatred than the word interference. But Christianity placed at the center what then seemed to be a transcendental interferer. So Lewis's description of God as an interferer, I think, is directly connected to the experience that Eustace has with Aslan, where Aslan seems to be able to go a little deeper than what Eustace could, and really reveal things about who Eustace really is, and cut to the core of who Eustace really is. Whereas I think that's very similar to the process of repentance and sanctification, where we allow God to do something that only God can do, that we can't do. We try our best to, pay penance for the wrongs we've done, but only God has the authority to really tap into the inner core of our being and to forgive us of our sins, but also to do a change, an undragoning, really, of the taking all the scales completely off so that you don't become that monster again. And I think that's really important, to allow God to interfere with that. And he does that through a lot of ways, but, Lewis talks about his baptism of his imagination was being a part of his conversion, and, reading MacDonald's Fantastes and the baptizing of his imagination. And Dr. Ordway says something great in Apologetics and the Christian Imagination. She says imagination is related to reason, and necessarily so. It's related that a way in a building's foundation is related to the structure that's built upon it. Reason is dependent on imagination. So I think there's something that happens that's bigger than just reasoning our way to God, but where God actually reaches into who we are, into our innermost being, and transforms us. Mind, body, soul. God transforms everything about us, and in a very unique way that only God can do. And so that's a part of conversion, and it really speaks to our human significance and being valuable in the eyes of God when we really aren't worthy of that. And so that's what I think is going on with Eustace. That's why he has to have that divine interferer in this process. He cannot do it by himself.
Awesome. And Junius, how about you?
Yes. So at the end of the day, if the dragon represents the dynamic of the demonic and the satanic in humanity, and then that gets transformed within us as we choose to participate in it into our sinful nature, the sinful flesh that Christ comes to overcome, then it's a question of redemption. And the question is, if, Eustace is the great example here, because if the sinner has become so identified with the sin, what can redemption look like? And I think this is the fear of everyone who sees their sin truly, which is unfortunately not everyone, not even every believer, which is, can even God make a distinction between me and what I've done? Or am I just bound to be only what I've done? And this came up in the last session as well, this notion that in the grace of Christ, there's a possibility opened up that you are not defined by the worst thing you ever did. That doesn't have to be, your sin does not have to be the last word about you. However much the world might want to treat it that way. And however much, even within the church, maybe we want to treat people that way. We want to cancel people, which is to say your sin is the last word about you. And so it becomes a very urgent question for those who know themselves to be sinners, whether or not God can, in fact, separate the dragon from the boy within. And so going back to that cut that Elizabeth mentioned, that Aslan makes with his claw, that first cut, Eustace says it was so deep that he thought it killed him. And I think in a way it did. And the image I've always liked to use for this is, we wrap ourselves up in a sinful nature like an identity, and the longer we stay in that skin, the more identified with it we become. And there's a moment of choice in there where we decide, is this really who I am? Or do I hate it? Do I want to distance myself from this? And that's all we can do, is desire to be distanced from it. We can't actually accomplish any distancing. But that's the conceptual line that the grace of Christ needs. If there is a turning away from the monster, Eustace, the moment he becomes a dragon, he thinks, I can pay the lot of them out now. I can get revenge on everyone. And as soon as he thinks it, he realizes he doesn't want to. He wants to be friends. He wants the society. He realizes he's a monster cut off from humanity. He doesn't realize that he has become a monster cut off from humanity. And I think this is clear in all three of our pieces. He realizes that he has always been a monster cut off from humanity, and is now only become outwardly what he was always inwardly. And so there's got to be a space made, and Eustace turns away from what he was in that moment and makes that space such that the cut can go all the way to the last atom of where the dragon is. And one more atom beyond that is where the boy begins. And then it's possible to remove the dragon skin. But if we don't allow that separation, if we don't turn against ourselves and against our own sinful nature, then that cut has to go all the way into our heart. It has to go all the way to rejection. And there's no de-dragoning possible. We have become, in fact, a dragon, and we're not just clothed in dragon skin. So for me, this is why my essay is where it does, is that all we can manage is the desire for the undragoning. And that's fortunately all that's asked of us as well. If we can just bring to Aslan the desire to be a boy again, he will accept that, and that's enough. He'll take it from there.
Awesome. Yeah, you guys have touched on so many different things. I wish we could just spend a few hours just on this. But one of the things that I did want to point out, if you're coming in and you're listening to this and you just wanted to hear about dragons and you're not as familiar with, some of these theological concepts, what they've been talking about is really the process of sanctification. And so Junius is talking about we have to be willing to repent. Repentance is, it's a turning away from this thing that that is wrong and is evil. And you cannot break those chains on your own. Our sins have tied it to us. But what Jesus did through the atonement is that he's breaking those chains and those bonds so the Holy Spirit can work through us. And that is the process of sanctification, like Clark and pretty much everyone has mentioned. He transforms us. And Elizabeth, I think you quoted Psalm 51 in your piece, right? Was that your piece? I think.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this is exactly what they're talking about. So David had turned himself he'd given himself over to this dragoness. He committed adultery. He betrayed basically his country, and he actually was a murderer because he sent Bathsheba's husband out to be killed. And in his prayer in Psalm 51, he said, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a loyal spirit within me. Do not banish me from your presence, and don't take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and make me willing to obey you. Then I will teach your ways to the rebels, and they will return to you." And I think that's a good prayer for all of us. We have to want God to show us those things in us that need to be changed and transformed if we want to make a difference. So anyway, loved your pieces. I hope everybody goes and reads them. Also look at their footnotes because there's a lot of great resources in there too. But we are going to wrap it up right now because we are going to be moving on to our intermission and our first giveaway. But I want to give you each a chance to say if people want to follow your work, where they can find you. So Junius, do you want to start?
Yes, you can find me at juniusjohnson.com, and that's always the place to keep track of what my latest publications, that sort of thing. You can get on a mailing list to be notified when I have a new publication come out or when I'm going to be on something like this. And if you're interested in my courses, what I offer courses in both theology, literature, and Latin for children and adults, then academics.juniusjohnson.com would be the place to go to look for that.
Okay, awesome. And Clark, how about you?
Well, yeah, currently I teach at Kepler Education. So that's one place you can find me. If I teach high school classes, I teach a film and apologetics class there and a grammar of poetry, which is just a kind of a technical poetry class for junior high students. And of course, you can reach me by email. My name is clarkwiedner@yahoo.com. If you're looking to connect and have some questions about this, that's another way to reach me.
Awesome. And Elizabeth?
So unfortunately, I think I was born in the wrong century, except for like transportation and penicillin. So I don't necessarily have social media, but you can reach me because of HBU, my HBU email, martine1@hbu.edu. And I'd love to chat with anyone who wanted to.
Awesome. And each of them now, since they have a piece published, they also have an author profile and an expected journal. So you can also go there and see what they have and if they're updating their information. But anyway, thank you all so much for joining us. And we hope to see contributions from you again in the future issues. So we're going to.
So fun. Thank you guys.
Awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. Awesome. Well, that's fun. It's so hard because the pieces are so good and you just want to talk like for a lot longer and then we're running out of time, even though we have a schedule. So anyway, Zach, what do you want to talk about next? Do you want to tell people what's coming up? Do you want to
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk about what's coming up next. Because our deadlines for our fall and winter issues are upon us. They are very, within the next few weeks. So yeah, let's talk about that. And so our fall issue, we were, so
sorry, this is a schedule.
Oh, sorry.
We're getting our slides in order. What happened to it?
Oh,
Sorry.
right. I can just tell
Okay.
them.
I have upcoming issues. I'm just going to do this. We'll do the big one. Okay, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, so our next issue, right, is on joy. We thought, the harvest is a kind of happy, kind of fellowship-centric time. And so we thought, why not? I live in Vermont. It also means winter is coming, which isn't so happy. But, joy works for that. Every Advent season, if you've been with AUJ for a long time, you will know that we like to profile a person. And we thought Shakespeare. He's obviously one of the greatest writers of the English canon. And honestly, it's not talked about as much in apologetics as it should be. So we're really excited about that issue. We are we're also very lucky to have some guest editors working with us on that one, Joe Rickey and Sarah Waters, who are both excellent Shakespeare scholars, and we're thrilled that they're coming on board and being a part of that. Now, this is some information that you may not be aware of, because this is one of our first public announcements of our 2023 issues and themes. Mysteries, detection, detectives. I love mysteries. I know a lot of you do. And what is the key to a good mystery? You have a plot twist, you have development, you have all of these elements, all of these narrative pieces that fit together, and they all have apologetic value. And so we thought, why not do a whole issue just celebrating the mystery? Now, summer, you can tell we like knights and dragons and things of that nature. But we've never done a King Arthur issue. So that will be our upcoming summer issue. In the fall, we're working on play and prayer leisure. So why are we the kind of people that like to enjoy things? Why do we like nature and sports and hiking and music and literature? Why do we love to do these enjoyable things? Why are we created this way? I'm personally very excited about one. I've never had the opportunity to combine my love of sports with my love of apologetics. But obviously there are numerous applications that apply with that. And continuing in our Advent theme, Dostoevsky. So Russian literature, we haven't done a lot with it. But at HBU, we read Crime and Punishment. And it's honestly some of the most apologetically rich literature that I can think of, frankly. So we're really excited to have a Dostoevsky issue in the winter in the Advent season of 2023. So on our website, on our submission page, you'll see more details about submission dates, launch party dates, stuff like that. But keep these in your head, think about them. And, if you have an idea, you can always email us at anunexpectedjournal@gmail.com. I can talk to you about it, see if it seems like it might be a good fit, or you might have, let's say, a topic that you're not quite sure where it fits. I can talk to you about that as well and say, oh, well, maybe, we can look at it from this angle, and it fits really well in this issue. We've had that happen before in the past as well. So if you have an idea, you have something you want to write, you want to talk about it, feel free to email us, and we're happy to chat with you. Yeah, it's a full schedule, but I'm really excited about it. Do you have a favorite one of those coming up, Carla?
I don't know. It's hard to say what is a favorite and what isn't. I usually end up liking all of them, and even the things that maybe like the Imago Day, even the one I wasn't sure I would like that as much, but it turns out to be so good, and I have a hard time picking one. But as Zach was saying, that sometimes people will submit something and it's not quite the right fit for what's coming up. Like just for example, Jacqueline Wilson submitted her essay or her poem on the cardinal a year ago, and we had the ancients coming up, and we just talked to her and said, hey, this isn't not quite the right fit for the ancients, but we have saints and sanctuaries and dragons, which and so she there's an essay that goes with the sonnet, and just to kind of tweak it a little bit so it was more specific for dragons. And just as a side note, so I am not I'm not usually a poetry editor. Zach usually puts me on some other things. And so anyway, he assigned me this one on Jacqueline's essay or her piece. And I'm thinking, okay, this is kind of weird that he gives this to me. And so I'm reading it and I'm thinking, oh, this is nice. And then you get to the middle and it's just like, and I'm thinking, what am I reading here? It is like complete fire. It's a totally great fit for the Dragons issue. But if you go and read the topic and then look at any of the videos that I've been doing on my channel, Race to Walk, you can understand why he assigned it to me. I don't know if that was your intent, but it like totally fit into pretty much everything I've been talking about for the last year. But anyway, we are going to do our giveaway in a little bit, but make sure you enter hashtags dragons in the chat because we are going to be doing a giveaway. Right now, we only have one person that's entered, and we have more people that are watching. So if you do not push hashtags dragons into the giveaway, then we know who is going to be winning. So which is totally fine. It's just totally fine. One person wins. We have a prize for this one, and we know who will be getting it. But before we go to that, we want to talk a little bit about ways that you can support the journal. So obviously you can subscribe, and that supports us. But also, if you would like to support us in other ways, we actually, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We have a lot of people that contribute, not just the people that you see their pieces in the journal itself, but people who help with that, like editing, and we had Virginia who did this cover. She has done the majority of our covers in the past. We also have other people that have contributed their creative works. But if you're like, I love this, but that's not my area of gifting, guess what? You can also donate to the journal. And if you've watched these in the past, this process is a little bit different. You can still go to unexpectedjournal.com/donate. And again, we are a 501c3 tax exempt organization. But you can also text to donate at text AUJ launch to 53555. So this is a little bit different than our previous live streams. The service that we use changed it a little bit, but it's easier. So anyway, everything that you donate helps us produce and put out these journals. And so we hope that you will consider an unexpected journal when you are looking at places where you would like to give. So Zach, do you want to do our drawing next? Because if we do, we know who's going to win. I think.
I mean, it's about time, right? So people, you have like 1 minute, and then we have to draw. And I like drama, honestly. But there's some drama.
I know. Yeah, so we know who's going to win, but we have my screen is responding slowly, so sometimes I add things and it's already there. But anyway, we have one entry, and we know who is going to. I can't select because normally this is fun it's like a lot of drama, but I can't select since we don't only have one entry. So let me go back and find the comment. I will tell you who is going to win. Where is it? So let's see. I'm going to remove this. Is it showing up? It's Michael Leary. So Marshall Leary, you win a copy of an Unexpected Journal, the Dragons issue. So I'm assuming you're related to Tracy. If not, send us an email at unexpectedjournal.com. So we have where to send it. And since you're on YouTube, we're not going to be able to message you through there. So make sure that you send us a note and let us know that you won the Dragons issue. But thank you so much for watching, entering our giveaway, and also for all your amazing comments. If you're watching the replay, you can go back and see some of the comments he made on that first segment. Those are really good. So anyway, where are we at? We are almost right on time, right?
We are indeed. We're right on time.
Okay, so we are going to transition now into our next segment on ancient dragons. So see you in a minute.
Cool. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're so excited to be here with me and Carla and Ted. So thank you guys for being here.
Great to be with you guys again. Yes.
I know it's so cool. It's like, well, this is ironically the exact same panel we did in the last issue, although Carla had to be the interviewer. I got to grow me and Ted.
Oh, that's right.
Now I get to grow Ted and Carla. So Ted, next time you're on an interview, and
exactly.
Yeah. So just a little backstory. We were getting ready for the Dragons issue. We were actually pretty close to our deadline, and last year I had heard Michael Heiser mention that dragons used to be considered throne guardians, and I had never heard that before. And I did a little research on it, and it's actually, he's submitted to us before, but he was in the dystopian issue, but he's like going through cancer right now. He's going through some cancer treatments. So I did a search to see if there's anybody else talking about it, and I found another guy, but he looked like he might have been a heretic or something. So anyway, I sent a message to Ted, and I said, "Hey Ted, could you like talk a little bit about dragons in the ancient Near East?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And so he just like basically whipped out I don't know how many 1,000 words essay on the history of dragons, both historical and literary. So we decided, I don't know if Chris told you this, but we decided you're kind of part of the in-group now.
Okay.
So
yes.
Just so you know. So that means that you have to add your the issue to your Amazon profile yourself, because that's what we make our
I will do that. I'm honored. I'm honored.
Well, I love it, and this is going to be awesome. I love how well your articles mesh together. And obviously we all know each other very well, but everybody else out there might not know you people. So let's start with just some brief introductions and kind of summarize your pieces so that people know what we're going to be talking about. Let's start with Ted, because we'll start there and then we'll do Carla.
Well, Ted Wright, and I am the executive director and founder of epicarchaeology.org. We really explore the biblical world through archaeology and history and myth and literature and things like that. And so Carla had reached out to me to possibly write this article on ancient dragons, and I actually already had done some research on dragons and serpents in the Old Testament. From some stuff I've been studying in Egypt. So I thought it'd be really cool to bring in some literary aspects to it. And the title of the article is really sort of a compendium of a lot of stuff. It's the title of the article is Dragons, Snakes, and Demons, a Medieval and Biblical Bestiary for modern minds. And I also discovered that that's actually how you pronounce it. I'd always been pronouncing it bestiary, but it's actually, I understand it's
Me
bestiary,
too.
like you say the word best, but really it's an exploration. What I wanted to do in the article was, of course, was cover the things that Carla had asked to cover, and that is dragons in the ancient world, specifically as they are in the scripture. But then also, what I thought would be really interesting to do is, as many of you guys do, and many people do, that watch this, love C.S. Lewis, and I wanted to perhaps write an article that Lewis would have written. Not that I would ever presume to write like him, but like if he were going to write an article today on dragons, I think he would address the modern preconceived notions about that dragons don't exist. So that's where I started. I started with this idea of defining words and how do you actually define a dragon and what really is a dragon? Because most modern people don't. When they think of a dragon, they think of something to make believe. But in the ancient world, many people believed in dragons. In fact, they were very, very real. And so the article explores the philosophical, some of the logical, and then also medieval connections with dragons and how they entered into what I would call modern literature through the medieval bestiary that really appeared on the scene in about the 13th century in the medieval world, in medieval Europe, in these lexicons and these books that talked about animals. And so the dragon was the one that had the biggest impact in the imagination. And that people today think about dragons, they're usually referring to the ones that are in the medieval world. And then the last part of the article really explores the idea of dragons in the Old Testament, specifically the serpent. In fact, we'll get into this later, but basically the Hebrew words for dragon and serpent are often interchangeable. The biblical writers would employ the word serpent, and there's a couple of different Hebrew words for serpent, but they would interchange them. They would go back and forth from a word that actually means serpent, but also means dragon as well, a very large reptile. So maybe we can get into some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely get into that. And let's just introduce Carla real quick. And Carla, tell us, you also have some ancient dragons to talk about.
Yeah, so I am Carla Alvarez. I am a volunteer contributor to the journal, but I also write and publish on racetowalk.org, and I have a YouTube channel. And last year, I do Bible studies videos, and last year my big Bible study series was on the Book of Job. And I was kind of like, just ask God, okay, what should I do next? And I just felt like this is the beginning of 2021. I felt like God was saying, do Job. And I'm thinking, oh man, I really don't want to do Job. I really, really don't want to do Job. And so finally it just kind of went and got down into it. And I'll just be honest with you, it was really, it was going through the Book of Job was basically like going through the abolition of man. It's like a really wrenching thing. I mean, I've read Job before, but I've always just kind of read it fast, because that's kind of the way what we want to do with Job. But going through it chapter by chapter, verse by verse, it really gave me a good understanding, I think, of really what was going on in the book. And I think with the Book of Job, it's really important to place yourself in the time of the writer and to really understand what it is that they were speaking to. And so I don't really go over this so much. I just think in my Bible study series, I do talk a lot in the beginning about timing. I personally go with the traditional dating, where it was written during the time of patriarchs for a lot of reasons. Just the language, the words used, the literary genre itself fits with other pieces in there. But when I wrote this piece, it was just kind of a summary. And I focus on Leviathan as a dragon in the Book of Job. And so really what God's reference to Leviathan in the Book of Job is, what the point of it is. And so that's what the piece is. But we had a comment where someone asked, why are we Christians? And my response to you will be that I'm a Christian because, I believe in Jesus as a Jewish Messiah who came, lived on earth, who is a real person who actually through his life and his death, living a perfect life and dying as the blood atonement, not for just the Jewish people, but for all people, all man, that God redeems us. And as we talked about in earlier segments, that it's only through that redemption, that atonement, where Jesus's blood atones for the sin, that we can be broken from those chains of sin and we can be the people that we're meant to be. So it's not just an idea, it's that God is, he's real, he's actual, he is, he's these three persons, this amazing God. So anyway, I just wanted to respond to that question. So anyway.
No, thank you. And I kind of want to throw that question to Ted too. I know it's not Dragon Center, but why are you a Christian, Ted? Let's take it where it goes.
Boy, what a question. So the bottom line is, I grew. The honest answer is I grew up, and my mother led me to Christ when I was about 9 years old. Actually, she took me to Vacation Bible School, and so that's when I became a Christian. But when I got older and I got to be a teenager, late teens, early college, I had some serious questions about what this is that I believed, and I wanted to know: is there any reality to it? Is this just a made up story, or do we have any evidence for it? So that led me on a very, very long journey that I've been on for many, many years, and to study apologetics and archaeology. And as an archaeologist, now I actually been to the Middle East and I've been to archaeological excavations, and we have physical evidence of the stories in the Bible that they're actually historically reliable and true. But the basic apologetic sort of points that I want to make, just very briefly, is that number one, why am I a Christian? Number one, I believe that truth exists, that there is such a thing as truth. And I believe that miracles are possible, because if there, well, let me back up. Truth exists, God exists, there is a God, a spaceless, timeless, immaterial creator of the universe, which science points to. In fact, the physics and the science actually show that all the universe came into existence at a point of singularity that some people call the Big Bang. You can call it whatever you want, but it came into existence out of nothing. And whatever caused it must exist outside space, time, and matter. So what we have a supernatural origin of the universe. So truth exists, God exists. And if there's a God, as Lewis says, then miracles are possible. The universe is not a closed system. Science is not all there is. There are miracles that can happen. And the last one is that the New Testament records, as Paula pointed out, or as Carla pointed out, the New Testament records that Jesus of Nazareth lived, was buried, died on a cross, was buried, and rose again from the third day. And it is a historically reliable document that's been shown to be very, very accurate with historical manuscripts and literally tens of thousands of archaeological discoveries. So that's kind of the apologetic outline in a nutshell as to why I'm a Christian. I believe there's good evidence that Christianity is true, and that you can actually believe everything that the New Testament says is absolutely true and accurate.
Wow, I love both your answers. Those are so great, and I hope I don't know your name, who commented, and what's your username. If you want to talk more, email us, and unexpectedjournal@gmail.com. We'd love to. If you want to talk to Ted, we hate answer to Ted too, but we'd love to talk to you more if that's something that's
Absolutely.
An ongoing question for you. We want to help you out. But
can I just say that? Oh, I was just going to say that what we're giving you is general questions, but I think each one of us, because I know this is true for myself, could give you specific testimonies of how God has worked in our own lives. So we're not talking about just thoughts or ideas. We're talking about life lived. So anyway, but we would love to have more of a conversation with you if you'd like to.
100%. And it's really it's kind of interesting because while I have the two of you here and you've done this deep dive into Carly, you've focused more obviously on ancient like the culture of Job's time, and Ted, yours is more of a general view of many cultures around the Middle East. So I guess the first question I want to ask both of you is, first of all, how was the dragon presented in these cultures, especially for people that haven't read your article? But second, why would this image be so striking for, an ancient Middle Eastern audience? And Carl, in your case, why would God use this imagery, divinely inspired through the writing? Why would this be the imagery? Or Ted, why are cultures drawn to this imagery? Let's start with Ted on this one. Sorry.
Well, that's a great question, Zach. Here's how I would answer that, and I'm always trying to connect the ancient world and the modern world and modern people. The fact of the matter is that we modern people are immersed in technology. We are immersed in modern culture, and most of us live in cities. People in the ancient world, even if they lived in a city, it would be basically a village in our in our type of thing. But they're really connected with nature, and they were very astute observers of nature, and they could see in some of the creatures that they experienced things that conveyed spiritual and even mystical and theological meaning to them. They could immediately see this, and that this would have really charged their imaginations. In ancient Egypt, we know that the Egyptians really they feared snakes, but they also greatly admired them as well. They thought that they actually contained that they were magical creatures. And you see this in their writings. In fact, the earliest pre-dynastic Egypt we find in the pyramid texts and some of the early texts from Egypt, we find them actually having prayers to snakes. So the short answer, Zach, is that why were people enamored with this imagery of a dragon is that they were closely, they were closer connected to nature than we are. We are so disconnected from nature. And that if you live on a farm or if you live out in the country, you have more interactions with animals. And so you begin to see and observe, and you can make these, types of observations about animals that they reflect certain spiritual realities. And then they sort of make stories up to go along with these spiritual realities, which are myth. And it goes all the way back. In fact, the earliest civilizations in the ancient world are in ancient Iraq and Mesopotamia, which is where the first cities are discovered. And we find the first dragon recorded is Tiamat, which is a dragon that was killed by Babylon, by a Mesopotamian god by the name of Marduk. And Marduk, basically, they get in this big cosmic battle. Marduk inflates the dragon body of Tiamat. It's kind of gross, but Tiamat explodes, and from the body parts and the blood then Marduk creates the world. So early on in the ancient Near East, we find dragons and the very powerful imagery of a dragon in the ancient Near East. And it continues on into the Old Testament period and into the New Testament period as well, and into the medieval world as well.
Wow, yeah, that's great. And that Tiamat story, it kind of hurts them, but I see how, I mean, it's a great object lesson. I like how you talked about the connection to nature. It's also relevant to people who live in that culture.
Yeah, connected. We'll share one point here. This is it's sort of, I was telling Chris this a few days ago in preparation for our talk today. I've been reading another book just for fun. This guy he's a Scottish writer. He's a modern writer, but his name is Robert Macfarlane, and this book is called Landmarks. And this book is really about, and it was a surprising connection with my dragon article. I had no idea what he was going to say, but basically what Macfarlane is doing is he's really an explorer of geography. And what he discovered is in England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, he went through and discovered a lot of these old place names, a lot of these like words that had been lost to history, and the connection with words and their spiritual realities and how we've lost that. He said something brilliant, actually, about how he was talking about the Oxford English Dictionary and how some of the words have been taken out of the Oxford English Dictionary. And he said he said, quote, "The substitutions made in the dictionary, the outdoor and the natural being displaced by the indoor and the virtual." He said, "They're a small but significant symptom of the stimulated life we increasingly live. Children are now invaluably adept ecologists of the technoscape, with numerous terms for file types, but few for different trees and creatures. For BlackBerry, read BlackBerry." So, if you say BlackBerry today to a kid, they're gonna think of the little fruit that you find on a bush. They're gonna think of a phone, a cell phone, or something like that. So he's talking about geography, but it's exactly the same point I'm trying to make in the dragons article. Is that you know, if modern people think about dragons, they kind of roll their eyes, go, "Oh, that's interesting. It's really cool. I like dragons. I think they're cool, but I don't think really have an existence." And we completely miss the deep spiritual, metaphysical significance of dragons and what they represent. Now, whether or not they exist, that's a whole other question we can explore. But as far as from a philosophical and a mythical standpoint, I think that it's because we're so disconnected and we're so immersed in our modern world.
I love that. And yeah, Carl is a BlackBerry user, so that probably has to.
I had to give it up. I had to give it up. I have an Android now.
I didn't even know they still made those.
Okay, Blackberries are awesome. I love them. They were going to come out with somebody else was going to pick it up and develop the new ones, and then BlackBerry sold the license out from underneath them. So
I love it. Well, so Carla, tell me a little bit more about kind of the cultural elements of dragons in Job's time. Tell me how a Jewish mind would be thinking about this at that point in history.
Well, this is kind of interesting. So Job, if you look at it as dated during the time of the patriarchs, and I did find some Jewish, actually it's the Septuagint that has a few extra details. The Septuagint is the Greek translation of Tanakh that was translated about 200 years before Jesus was born. There are a couple of elements in there that basically place Job in the time of patriarchs, but it would have been when the Jews were in Egypt. So during that time. And so if he was in the land of Canaan, this would have been the time when these Canaanite nations were in power. So there's a lot of really interesting Jewish commentary on Leviathan and actually Behemoth, which is another creature mentioned that we don't really quite know what they're referring to. But they tie Leviathan into the Messianic kingdom, and that the Messiah will, he's destroyed the dragon. So what they believed was that there were male and female Leviathans, but they were so powerful. This is Jewish explanation. They were so powerful that God destroyed the female Leviathan, so it couldn't reproduce, and that the flesh of it would feed people in the Messianic era. So that's the Jewish commentary, but really I didn't focus so much on that when I was doing my study of Job. To me, when I was reading through the book of Job, Leviathan was this very powerful creature that everyone feared, that no one had any power or control over, but it was something that they knew. So through the book of Job, Job experiences all this calamity, and he had a very ordered life. He had a blessed and abundant life, and then all of a sudden everything's gone, and he's like, God, why did you do this to me? Why did you let this happen? I've been serving you, but still chaos struck. And so in God's response to Job towards the end, he mentions Leviathan, and Leviathan to me symbolizes those things that we can't control, that we have no power over. And saying to Job, can you control Leviathan? So this is a thing that you know and you think you know about. So how can I even begin to explain to you why? Because there's way more going on here than you have any idea. So if you can't even have control over the things that you see, how am I even going to begin to explain it to you? And when I was doing a little bit more research about it, and especially I love Ted's piece, it's just so amazing. Tiamat, she is connected to, a dragon. It's like this great serpent. And she was a goddess of chaos. And so even in Genesis, when it said end of the sea too, right? So even in Genesis, when it says, and God separated the waters, the heavens and the earth, separated the waters. When they're saying he separated the waters, this is basically kind of a throwdown from Yahweh saying, I have power over all of this. You're worshiping these gods that you think have control. I am supreme over all. And Ted, you had a place in your piece where you're talking about, was it the serpent in the wilderness? Can you
Yes.
explain that? Because that was just like, go
Yes.
ahead.
So yeah, and you're to pick up on what you're just saying, Carla, and you are to make a connection with the Leviathan and the symbol of chaos from the very beginning of human history. From the very beginning of human history, the dragon has always symbolized chaos. I mean, it's never been a symbol of like good. And in fact, somebody asked me, I posted the article on LinkedIn, and someone, a former classmate of mine, asked me, was I going to cover Asian dragons? I do know that and I did not in my article, but because that's such a rich topic. Um, but I didn't. It wasn't really in the scope of the article. But to connect the point you were trying to say earlier, Carla, that you were making, that is that there's interestingly in the Mesopotamian literature with Tiamat, this female dragon serpent. It had to do with separating the waters, the salt water from the fresh water. Interestingly, so this may be a polemical in Genesis where God separates the waters by basically saying to the Hebrew people that I am the one that's in control here, and then you connected it also with the serpent motif that we find not just in Numbers 21 that you alluded to a minute ago, but also in the entire rest of the Pentateuch, which was, according to traditional scholars, was written by Moses. Now, that takes a little bit of a setup to explain, but I'll try to be very quick when I do it because I know we only just got a few minutes left. But essentially, and it's in the article. It's drawn out a little bit more in the article here. If people want to check out my article in the journal, and basically that if we really want to understand the serpent imagery in the Old Testament, we have to understand ancient Egypt and their connection with the serpent. And this means you have to dive into Egyptian religion and mythology, which brings us to this idea that the serpent was basically embodied as a god. And the Egyptians looked at their land. In fact, they had two different names for their land. They called the black land Kemet. It's the Egyptian name for Egypt. It means the fertile land. It has to do with the fertile Nile Delta and the whole fertile part of Egypt. And Dashre, which is they call the red land. And each of those different areas in Egypt had a significant god attached to it. And in the black land, it was the serpent. So whenever you see, many people have seen a pharaoh, a gold, like the gold burial mask of King Tut, and there's a serpent on the crown. Well, that's not just decoration. That is a symbol of one of the main Egyptian gods. Not only was it one of the main Egyptian gods, but it was the very symbol of Egypt itself. So the serpent has great significance in ancient Egypt. And in fact, you could say, in some sense of the term, it was Egypt. In fact, so let's go back to Numbers 21. So whenever you find the Israelites complaining to Moses that they wanted to go back to Egypt, and God sent serpents out in the desert, and they're poisonous, venomous serpents, and the people were dying from the serpents. And so he has Moses to make a bronze serpent and place it on a pole. This really weird episode in Numbers 21. Like, what's going on here? And the people, when they look to the serpent, will live. Well, the symbolism is that the very thing that was their death becomes their life. But the serpent was Egypt. So the irony is in the text in Numbers 21 is that they wanted Egypt. And God was basically saying, you want Egypt? Okay, I'll give you Egypt. So he sends the serpents, and the serpents begin to kill the people. But then it gets even more amazing because in John chapter 3, in the New Testament Gospel of John, Jesus is talking to Nicodemus, this Jewish teacher, and he says, how can a man be born when he's old? And Jesus says, you are the teacher of Israel and you don't understand these things. He says, just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so the Son of Man shall be lifted up, that those who look to him shall live. And so this is an amazing connection. Jesus is pointing Nicodemus back to this really bizarre episode in Numbers 21, in which literally, if you follow the reason and the logic out, Jesus is likening himself to the symbol of evil in Egypt. So what we basically could say is that Jesus became a serpent on the cross. He became a dragon on the cross to die for. He became the very symbol of evil itself on the cross. But by faith, if you trust and believe in him, you will have eternal life. And the imagery there is amazing. And that's like, that was 2,500 years old when he, back 2,000 years ago, it was already really, really, really old. So it's very, very powerful imagery. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because the other episode in all throughout the Old Testament is Moses then goes before Pharaoh. Remember Moses and Aaron, and he throws the staff down. The staff then consumes the staff of the pharaohs. So all of this polemical imagery is of the dragon, the serpent, and how God is basically saying to the Israelites, as well as to the Egyptians, is that you think you're in control and you think that your gods are in control, but I, Yahweh, I'm the one that's really in control. And so I try to bring out these really powerful polemical theological text that you find all throughout the Pentateuch. And the best way to understand it is to look at it through the lens of the ancient Egyptians and how they understood the dragon or the serpent. And so that's just one aspect, and I'll cover a couple more as well.
Man, well, this has been awesome. You both have been awesome, and obviously it's such a rich image to dive into the history of, and we didn't even get to how that image has changed over time, but I'm afraid we're also out of time. But before I let you go, one more reminder, if people want to learn more about you, more about what you do, where should they hear? Or Carla, where should they hear for you?
So you can go to racewalk.org, and I'm on Racewalk on all social media. So that's where you can find me. And also in the Journal. I'm on the Journal.
You're here often. You're very
I'm here.
often.
Yeah.
And Ted, where can they find you, sir?
They can check us out on epicarchaeology.org, and we're also on YouTube as well, and on Twitter and Instagram. And so we're trying to get some new data and some new articles up. I've got a couple of videos I'll be posting very soon. So yeah.
Beautiful. Well, I'm excited about them, and I hope they are too. But thank you both for being here. We're going to transition now into another panel. Carla will be heading this one up with Donald Hutchings and Christine Norville. So thank you guys, and we'll talk in a little bit.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Carla.
Bye. Hi, thanks for joining us. I'm Carla with An Unexpected Journal, and we are on our, number 4? Our fourth segment in our live stream launch party for An Unexpected Journal, the Dragons issue. And I am here with Donald Hutchings and Christine Norville, and they are going to share a little bit about the pieces that they wrote. And we're going to start by letting them introduce themselves and just tell us a brief summary about their piece. So Christine, would you like to start?
Sure. I'm Christine Norville. I am a recent Arkansas transplant, having moved here for a new position at a classical school in Siloam Springs, Arkansas, and having lived 3 decades in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But I worked in classical education world for quite a while, and love to write articles for various places, and have a lot of reading and teaching interest of all kinds. So the piece that I submitted that I was most interested in was how Walter Wangerin Jr. relies upon one of the ancient meanings of the dragon or the devil that he pulled from the Aberdeen bestiary and calls him simply worm instead of Draco or dragon. And this great phenomenal evil is the strongest presence in a group of 3 novels that he wrote over a period of 20 years that feature its own menagerie or bestiary, if you will, all based on the Nun Priest Tale with Chanticleer the rooster and all the animals being anthropomorphized. So it's fascinating because he will tell you in his own writings and in his later editions that celebrated his National Book Award for the first book, The Book of the Dun Cow. Wangerin writes that he's like, this is not a fable. It might be an allegory, but really you should call it an extended beast fable. So I like how most authors hesitate, if not flat out refuse, to identify the type of work or genre. They're hesitant to paste a label on it. But Wangerin at least gave us that much to work from as you meet his animal characters and the evil that they face.
Awesome. And I thought it was really interesting. It was interesting because you pull so much out of the story in the book, but it's a children's book, right? Isn't it?
No.
Or is it not? It looks like it is. The Book of the Dun.
You know, it does.
It looks
does.
for the cover. It looks like it is.
Yeah, I would consider the evil strong and graphic. I probably wouldn't hand it to a kid under 10 or 12.
Okay.
So
Okay. So how would you classify that? Because literally looking at the cover, it looks like it's young adult.
I know.
Maybe.
I think,
Yeah.
I mean, the animal cast is more representative of the medieval time in which he sets everything, almost pre-medieval, because this is a time without humans, although that's never explained.
Mm-hmm.
So I realized from the publishing houses, their standpoint, they're like, well, it's all about animals. If you put animals on the cover,
Okay.
children will assume it's for them, right? It's really
Yeah.
spiritually speaking, it's deeper and quite intense for upper readers. So teens, adults, we all
Okay.
learn from it.
Okay. Good to know. Okay, Donald, how about you?
Well, I guess I'll try to just be as simple as possible. My name's Donald Catchings. I write for an Unexpected Journal. Pretty much every episode, or I mean every volume for the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. I can't even remember anymore. It's been so long. But I love writing with the journal, and of course I write outside of the journal. I'm an author. I write anything from sci-fi novels to poetry compilations and collections. Always writing something new. Right now, I'm actually working on a couple of different projects. One of them being the short story, kind of an excerpt from a novella I'm working on called Violence of Fire. That was also in the journal. It was published in the journal this time around. And I've got a couple of other dragon works actually I'm working with this year, which are fun. It just kind of all happens to be it all kind of happened to fall in the same year. Writing a dragon poem, writing a dragon short story, writing a dragon novel that I'm hoping to be kind of like a kind of actually something for about the ages 10 to 12 actually is what I'm looking at, kind of the age range. So just always kind of working on something new. And anyway, so what I wrote in the journal this time had two editions. One being Violence of Fire is the excerpt from the full work Violence of Fire, which I've been working on. And in there, what you find is a young up-and-coming hero and his friend are basically sailing into the darkness of night, into a place where they know there is a dragon, but they know they have to sail past the dragon. They have to sail through the dragon to get to an even greater enemy that waits in a land far beyond that. And the other was a poem called Desolation, where I discuss basically something I've seen as an educator is the idea that we in our modern world do not prize education. And I think one of the reasons why are at least three dragons of sorts that have destroyed modern education would be naivety, ennui, and apathy. The idea that the native language of young people today is to remain naive, and they are so encumbered with digital distractions that they're bored with everything, ennui, and then the idea of apathy. I've met so many young people who just don't care. They know nothing for certain. They can't know anything for certain, and so they've given up. And anyway, so I wrote both of these pieces, one very different in mind, but still both having that same theme of a dragon that must be overcome. And anyway, so that's kind of been the theme of my year, is dragons to overcome. Oh, even in my personal life, but I won't get into that here. But it's all been dragons to overcome over the last year, and I don't know, maybe that's the story of humanity.
It is, yeah. Yeah, and your as you're talking, your Judas poem, that kind of seems sort of dragony too, but that's not in this piece. But the first section that we're going to cover today is we're going to be talking about dragons and destiny. And so both of you highlight an individual's purpose in facing their dragon. So Christine, you talk about the way Chanticleer exhibits virtue in weakness. And Donald, in Violence of Fire, your story illustrates that we have to face the most difficult things to have true victory. And so can you share your thoughts on the way what dragons symbolize and how their actions are often what makes a hero? So Donald, do you want to start?
Sure. I'll just make a quick point. What I think is the way dragons lead us to be heroes, or lead the hero to be even greater, is that the dragon is the ultimate foe. It's the symbol of ultimate darkness. It's an undefeatable foe, really. In the end, the only way we can defeat the dragon is through perseverance, through faith, and through trust that something greater is actually going to help us. And so I've even actually the book I've written called Strength and Weakness, which is actually the first book in the series which Violence of Fire follows up. You have this idea that the true hero, it can only be the true hero when they learn to have strength and weakness. You find the same thing in the Samson story. That's really where I got the idea from. The true hero finds strength and weakness. And so I think when we're facing our dragons, we have to recognize that the chances of winning by strength are zero. And I think that might be what develops the facing the dragon, develops the hero into the greater hero. They have to recognize that they won't have to rely on one greater than themselves, or on something greater than themselves, to be the true hero, to have their true strength. That's my thoughts on it.
Awesome. I want to read this quote from, I think this is, let me see, it's from Violence of Fire. The greatest glory is to fight courageously without the praise of men. And every age has, and this is from Desolation, every age has dragons to slay, fiery serpents who will not relent. Oh, wait. So I think that is, this is one of the things that it's really stood out to me just going through these pieces, is that we get so, it's like we want to fix, like we want the 90-minute movie, where you have the resolution, and that's not life, it's ongoing. That's the struggle, the battle against chaos and against evil, and that's the fight that we're in. But Christine, do you want to talk a little bit about your thoughts about how it's often dragons that make the hero? Your piece really highlights this really strongly.
Sure. I mean, it begins very slowly in the Book of the Dun Cow, the first book, because Wangerin describes the earth this way. He says, the apple has a grub in it, the earth a tapeworm. And it's this presence of evil literally seeping into the community of the rooster and his coop and the animals that live about them in the woods. Again, no humans, not a mention or a hint of them. Although my students always ask, how is there a coop built? I'm like, oh, come on. It's a fable. We don't have to explain everything that way. But at the beginning of the book, it's like the rooster, Chanticleer, our hero, is completely unaware that there's an evil other than when he wakes up and has a grumpy morning. He's not aware until one or two animals die in his small kingdom. And once he realizes he needs to find out what's going on, very quickly, the evil increases. He doesn't understand what's happening quickly enough, but how Wangerin uses his character there is that Chanticleer begins to show us his virtues, his persistence, his ability to save, to redeem various animals, to rescue, to know the right words to say. The list of strengths goes on, which is good to know, because once Worm begins to creep closer and closer underneath the earth, then the dreams and the visions and the doubts begin. And that is how Worm insinuates himself into this community. So Wangerin gives full recognition to the fact that he is stealing the idea from the Aberdeen Bestiary for his dragon. And straight from the Aberdeen Bestiary, it reads, and this is in the article, he says, "The devil is like the dragon. He is the most monstrous serpent of all. He is often aroused from his cave and causes the air to shine because, emerging from the depths, he transforms himself into the angel of light and deceives the foolish with hopes of vainglory and worldly pleasure. The dragon is said to be crested, as the devil wears the crown of the king of pride. The dragon's strength lies not in its teeth, but its tail, as the devil, deprived of his strength, deceives with lies those whom he draws to him." It fits wondrously with the nun's priest tale as Chaucer first wrote it, because the rooster's primary vice is pride, and it's there that Worm knows to begin picking at him through thoughts and dreams and nightmares. And by that point, Chanticleer realizes he is a small protagonist indeed to fight this mighty beast of a worm underneath the ground, who does eventually erupt through as the final battles happen in book 1. So the fact is that the evil is great and sizable, immense and massive. And it is only when Chanticleer realizes that he cannot do it on his own that things begin to change for him, because God does send a cow, the dun cow, who is a representation of the Holy Spirit, to counsel him, to encourage him and give him strength to do what God has already gifted him to do, which is cry different crows that have power with them. The crow's potens, as Wangerin uses in the book.
Awesome. So the next thing that we're going to be talking about is really about recognizing dragons. And you've already touched on that a little bit, Christine, but you have, that was a thing that kept coming up in both of your pieces, that the dragons or the evil will, it's kind of the same shape, but tactics change over time. And so you focus on that in your poem Desolation. And Christine, you talk about how Worm's strategy kind of changed, but the goal was still the same. So would you, each of you, like to talk about that? And Christine, do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, Worm's strategy does change out of necessity once the animals begin to fight against him, but it's almost military in his strength, and that he comes at the rooster and his animals through an alternate, almost the doppelganger rooster, the evil one, Syrinx, who takes over the hens and the coop and the reproduction and the birthing of the basilisk army that does great damage, at the same time waging war mentally and spiritually. And it's such a great conflict where you really see no hope for these weak, innocent animals. I mean, it's interesting to me that Donald's article about the naivete and the ennui and the apathy, they are very much present in the various animals, from the deer to the fox to the, just a range of them around Chanticleer's kingdom, where ignorance was bliss. What dragon? What worm? There's no evil here. We have no enemies. So it's fascinating how that actually works. It's unique that way. So I want to hear from Donald a little bit too, while I'm mentioning that, and it's fresh. Go.
Okay.
Why? You know, I've never read I read through your article, but I've never read the work you were discussing. But that's quite interesting. I guess I hadn't really thought about the idea of naivety and ennui and apathy being something a little more perpetual. I was thinking, just being the experience as a modern educator, I was thinking more of it being a modern problem or a contemporary problem, I guess I should say. And but truthfully, maybe it is a little more, it's a little more perpetual than I imagined. But still, even if that is the evil that we tend towards, the ignorance is bliss. I think Carla is bringing a valid point in to say that the way in which that ignorance is brought about is different. It changes how the ignorance gets there. What's that quote from Isaiah? The idea that it's ignorance that destroys God's people every day. Of course, I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact quote, but that's something that I think I've seen.
Hosea.
Oh, is that in Hosea? Okay, I was thinking it was
Yeah.
Isaiah. So okay, so there's my ignorance. But you know, there's this idea that I grew up in church and did not really have a very good biblical or theological philosophical education. I just didn't. I was very ignorant of many things, and it wasn't until I read The Case for Christ and was overwhelmed with the information, the knowledge, the reality of the truth and the facts behind Christianity that I began to really truly take my faith seriously. And then it wasn't even until my late 20s that I took my educational journey, got my undergrad, then went on to get my master's, become a teacher. I was a poor student growing up, and now I'm a pretty good student. And it was not knowledge, I wouldn't say, not in any Gnostic form. It's not knowledge that saved me, but it was the ability to not be so bored, to not be so apathetic and just kind of accept things as they are, to remain naive and to remain in that ignorance is what led me to want to be better, to want to do better, to kind of like the idea of education leading to virtue. Education is meant to make better people, that kind of idea. So I guess the goal maybe of the dragon seems to remain the same in human history, though its means may be different. It is still a dragon, and it still wants us to remain ignorant or blind or remain in the darkness or some kind of metaphor of that sort. And I mean, that's what I have in my poem Desolation. So I guess that also echoes in the work that you discussed in your article, which I hadn't thought about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one in, well, there's actually several verses that kind of reference that. One is in Hosea, I think it's 4:6. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. Sometimes people, that's like revelation, but it's really what God is talking about. People have a knowledge of Him, and so they perish because we're not connected to the one that we image, right? So the other one is with the lack of vision, people perish. I actually did a Bible study on that, most misunderstood vision, but it's like we have to be directed by the Holy Spirit to really have that true direction and vision. But one of the things you guys have both kind of talked about, like younger generations, I think what is the big challenge is that Ted talked about this in the last episode, that it's like we're ambivalent about whether or not there's truth. And so if you don't think that there is a truth and an absolute to go to, then that really kind of undercuts a sense of purpose, right? So how can you, if there is no truth, if there is no absolute, if there is no goal, no end, if we don't recognize that we are in this war, right? It's the spiritual battle, and that the struggle is ongoing, that you can't really have direction there. But as you were talking about the things that came to my mind, and connected with some a church in Pakistan, and they're having some Bible studies. And the pastor there is that they're basically caring for Afghan refugees. And so one of the Bible studies, there was a group of them that were there, and there were these young kids there, like, I mean, 18, 20, and so they came from Afghanistan. They were not Christians when they left, but they became Christians after they came to Pakistan. And it was because of the interaction with the Christians who were caring for them. And so the person who was teaching, my friend Mark Ritchie, I've done interviews with him before, he asked them, what was it that made you decide to become a Christian? Because Pakistan, it's not technically legal, but it's one of the most hospitable places to Christians. They're at a severe disadvantage. So why would you throw your lot in with something that's going to put you at a disadvantage? And they said, because it was real, that they saw that Jesus was real, and that having Jesus as Savior, it made a real change in their life. And as they were explaining it, they just had this openness, and the thing that's always struck me about that is that they were, I don't say this to anybody who's listening that may have been in the military and been overseas in Afghanistan, and I know that things that have happened today, you may be thinking it wasn't worth it. But seeing those kids, I can tell you, they're young adults, that I think it was worth it, because when America went in, that was basically about the time they were born, especially for the young woman that was talking. She wouldn't have had an opportunity to read or to be educated if America hadn't been there and was kind of holding the line to give them space to be able to learn, because the Taliban was coming in and was shutting all that down. So I can tell you, I've seen the evidence that it was worth it. And so we all serve the kingdom in different ways. And so anybody that was there that was protecting that space at that time, you were a part of her coming to a place where she could know Jesus. But anyway, do you guys want to share some final thoughts on the fight against evil and dragons? Donald, do you want to start?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, I'll say it like this, and it'll connect with what you were saying with those young adults and students in Pakistan. That search for truth, that is what we are doing. When we are fighting dragons, we are searching for truth, whether it be from my poem Desolation, or it be Violence of Fire with Kutakal and his friend Ilan Tatu. They are facing dragons. There is a truth. They have to go through the dragon, whether it be that we have to go through the dragon of our ignorance, or whether we have to go through the dragon that stands between us and our greater enemy that will prepare us for facing the dragon who is the master of all dragons, the devil himself. It doesn't matter. We have to go through that dragon, and there's to find the truth of who we are, self-discovery, to find the truth about God, his power, and his salvation. And this is where I'll pull it back to those young adults in Pakistan. I had a student 2 years ago who was, he graduated 2 years ago. We remain in contact. Good kid and very smart. And just to kind of not get too in detail, I'll say this, that I was able to impact him with certain things that we were able to discuss in class. And there was one thing he said to me that has really stuck with me, and I think echoes with these young people in Pakistan, is that he realized that God was real, and that was both the most terrifying thing that he could imagine, and yet also the greatest thing that could be true. So it is the most terrifying truth to recognize that God is real, that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, that there is a triune God, and that he is real, he is true, he is good. That is terrifying. It's a terrifying reality, because it means we're accountable. It means we matter. It means there is truth. It means we are responsible, and so on and so forth. But it also, in that terribleness, in that fearfulness of that fact, it's also liberating, because we have a reason to fight. And that's what I'll say.
Awesome. And Christine, how about you?
Yeah, I find this a beautiful parallel to what you just shared, Carla, because it shows the power of community. In these novels that I wrote about, it's when Chanticleer is isolated and alone, especially at night, that he is most tempted to give in or even to kill himself. But it's when he finds comfort in others and realizes that God has provided allies with him among the animals and their giftings. It's when they work together that it actually becomes a community that's able to overcome the evil, even when each of them realizes they must sacrifice something of themselves or sacrifice themselves entirely. So it's that idea you can't go it alone, that you have to be part of, very much, even from the bestiary, you must be part of the universal church. You must be in that community to strengthen each other spiritually.
Awesome. We are almost at the end of our time. So can you just, if anybody wants to follow your work, can you share where they can find you? Christine, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm at christinenorval.com. I have a teaching blog I mostly keep up with. It depends on when you move states and things. I may not have written a lot in the last month or two, but I enjoy participating on Twitter quite a lot. And I have a Facebook page, Facebook author page, a study guide for C.S. Lewis's novel, Till We Have Faces, some extra
Awesome.
writing like that. So
awesome. Okay, Donald, how about you?
Well, I'd say the best way to find me, I have my own website would be donaldwcatchingsjr.com. I need to be more up to date on that. Other than that, you can find me on Amazon, Donald W. Catchings Jr. You can search me and you'll see I've got plenty of work out there. Science fiction novels, some shorter works, some poetry compilations. But honestly, if you go to inkwellandpennllc.com, that's where you'll find more works. Some stuff I do under work I do with my family under a pen name, H.A. Harper. We work together and create poetry compilations and kid stories, things like that. Anyway, so whether you go to my website or Inkwell and Penn's website, of course, we have Facebooks and the works, Instagram and all that stuff. Got to have all the social media. But just go check it out, and if any of it interests you, shoot me a message, and I'd love to discuss anything, dragons or the works, anything.
Awesome. And if you're in the Houston area, you might see Donald at a local festival because he's out and about all the time. And I keep meaning to keep looking where you're going to be so I can stop by and see you and your family. Super cute. You can follow his Instagram at Inkwell and Penn. Is it LLC?
Yes,
anyway,
ma'am.
So you see pictures of his kids a lot. Super cute. So anyway, well, thank you guys so much for joining us. And we are going to go into our intermission now where we are going to have another giveaway. But thank you so much for your contributions and for joining us today.
thanks for having us.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. We're back and we are time for another giveaway. So if you guys haven't already, you need to enter in #dragons into the chat so you can maybe win one of these amazing issues. It's really cool. Really awesome cover by Virginia. So anyway, but that's going to be coming up in a little bit. So just enter #dragons in the chat. And so Zach, what have we not talked about so far? I don't think we've talked anything about our how people can get a free copy of the book, have we?
No, I can do that real quick. So you might have been listening to us today, and it sounds pretty cool, but you don't know, if we're really for you right away. But there's an easy way to check out our first ever issue for free, which is on the Abolition of Man. So sign up for our newsletter at an Unexpected Journal/free book, and we'll ship it to you. So that's one really easy way to check out if indeed you like what we do. We at HBU we read The Abolition of Man in the curriculum, and we all were going through it, and we all, were kind of impacted by that book, and we thought, wow, what a better way to start this publication than by highlighting maybe my favorite C.S. Lewis work. I know I'm supposed to say one of the Chronicles of Narnia, probably, but I don't know if I can. I love The Abolition of Man. Also, just if you're not aware, our entire archive is free on our website. So obviously, the newsletter, you get a whole issue. You see what it all looks like in a bundle. You see the digital version, what it looks like. That's very helpful. But always browse the archives. There might be something you might really enjoy. Also, you can find this on Google Scholar. You can find this on a lot of platforms. So it's very, but this is a great way to test drive, is to sign up for the newsletter. Plus, when we have events like this, you'll know about it. So you can drop by and say hi, which obviously we love to have you do.
Yeah, and a little bit about the Abolition of Man. So this is our issue on this book by C.S. Lewis. And I wanted to mention this in the session with on Lewis's Dragons. It's just we didn't quite have time. They do quote from the Abolition of Man, and it really kind of is related to this Dragons issues, because what Lewis is talking about, you may have heard the quote of Men Without Chests, and I've seen quite a few people who obviously have not ever read the book who thinks it has to do with masculinity. It doesn't. It has to do with humanity, what makes us human, and it's really about virtue. And if we don't have true virtue, then we really aren't human. We lose our humanity, and that's really what the point of the book is. It's a little more. It's not a little more. It's quite a bit more academic. Lewis wrote it as I don't know, what would you say, like a warning to his fellow academics. It was.
That's a good way to
Yeah.
put it. It's I mean, it's borderline prophetic, I would say.
Yeah, it is. But we do have, if you say, I really like to read The Abolition of Man, it's actually considered one of the top most impactful books of the 20th century on some lists. But we mentioned Dr. Michael Ward a little earlier. He came out with a reader's guide to The Abolition of Man, which I really wish I had when I went through the class, but it's called After Humanity. So if you haven't read The Abolition of Man, I suggest you sign up for a newsletter, download this. You can read The Abolition of Man, get Dr. Ward's book, go through it as you're reading it, and then as you're reading the pieces that we wrote on The Abolition of Man, you can see the different areas where that applies. So anyway, the other thing that I wanted to talk about is just a little bit is that like I said, we talk about dragons actually quite a bit. And the third issue, let me find the slide here. Sorry, I'm getting a very slow response to things today, so caused a few problems. Our third issue in our first year was on courage, strength, and hope. And this cover by Virginia is basically an illustration of this quote by G.K. Chesterton. And it says, in every romance, there must be the three characters. There must be the princess, who is a thing to be loved. There must be the dragon, which is a thing to be fought. And there must be St. George, who is a thing that both loves and fights. And I think every good story, you see those three elements. Don't you think, Zach?
I think you're right, and it's interesting when you have these kinds of this interplay, because I think the most important thing is that there's this common desire in humanity, and we've talked about it in each session. Why do dragons come up so much? Why? Like, why are we always talking about dragons? And I think it's important to remember that sometimes, we talk about old books, right? We in AUJ, we talk about old books a lot, but what they talk about is just as relevant today as it was then. And it's because of this. It's because of what Chesterton recognized. The elements, the kind of the themes are consistent, and maybe the reason for that is because human nature is strangely and frustratingly consistent. Um, we like to think that we're better and better and better, and we're going to do better and move on. And some of the problems that impacted humanity before impact humanity now. The dragons, they may look a little different, but at their root, they're derived from a very similar source. So this is a wonderful quote, and I'm a huge Chesterton guy, so I'm very happy you put this one in here.
Yeah, when we were before the pandemic, when we were doing more conference tables, we didn't have as many issues then, but I would have everything out on the table, and people were always, I mean, it's not saying that all our covers are cool, but people would be drawn to this one. They just kind of look at it. That was a fun thing, just kind of like watch people's reactions as they saw the covers, and anyway. But I think Christine and Donald were talking about this. We didn't touch on this part of it, but I think one of the things, and this is one thing that Clark mentioned a couple times in the Lewis's Dragon segment, is that the importance of having good books that feed the imagination. I've read some modern books, and it really kind of seems like there's no true good or no virtue to go after. And I think that is really damaging, because then, if there isn't like an absolute truth, then there really isn't anything worth fighting for, really, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's, something I want to highlight about this specific issue of the journal, but also our journal in general, because we love to publish fiction. And I believe, and Carly, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we had more fiction in this issue than we've had in any of our issues.
Definitely.
Which is, we ask for fiction every time. It's always it's right on our submission page, and I love that. And I think you're right. I think there's a want for good fiction out there, and I think that we do a very good job bringing it to people, and I love that we're able to give a platform. Because, I think sometimes, fiction, it's not about reality, it's not important, it's not, and yet we're storytelling creatures. We love stories. That's, history is a story, of course. So because of that, I love that we have a platform here to bring forward fiction. And our next panel actually is two stories. I'm super excited to talk about them because, it's just a really great opportunity for people to kind of feed their imagination, to think with more than kind of a materialistic reductionism. That your mind is made for so much more than that. And actually, two of our fiction authors are unfortunately unable to join us today, as is one of our nonfiction authors. So I should, before we leave here, I probably should give them a shout out. Melissa Hand-Travis wrote an essay about C.S. Lewis, Narnia, the Useless Shrub. Episode is related to Smaug. And our two other fictional contributions were from Azalea DeBille and Carrie Green. So even though you didn't see them today, check out their work. Don't forget about them. All three of them are awesome.
Yeah, we had some of them are, so a little bit of story about Carrie. He sent me a message to see if I wanted to review his books on my YouTube channel. And this was like right up to coming up to the deadline for the journal. And I said, sure. He sent me what they were, and it was on dragons. I was like, oh my goodness, this is awesome. I said, can we use a couple of chapters from the intro to your book? And he said, yes. And so the first two chapters of his first book in his Dragon Slayer Chronicles are included in this book. And so check that out. And Azalea actually wrote, the way I came across her, she has a book called Fantastic Journey, which is just so absolutely it talks a little bit more creatively about the same things that Dr. Holly Ordway talks about in Apologetics and the Christian Imagination, about like communicating truth through fiction. And I came across her through that book. And then I sent her an email and asked her if she'd be willing to submit a short story. And she wrote a short story specifically for this issue. So really want to thank her for her contribution. The other really cool thing is that you're getting a preview of upcoming works, like Adam, who's going to be in the next session. George, I think, wrote this one specifically for the journal. Donald said his is coming up. So I think that's pretty exciting that we have these first looks at some upcoming works. So what do you think, Zach? Is it time to go to our giveaway?
Let's do it. And I believe we have 2 new entrants, so there'll be a little suspense.
Woohoo! So now we're gonna have a little bit more excitement. Yay! Okay. So we are gonna do our drawing now. Now, Marshall, you already won one. So if you come up again, it's just 1 win per launch party. So we'll see what comes up. So anyway. Marshall, you already won. So we're going to draw again. Okay, hold on. Just a second. Okay, I don't know who this is, but me on YouTube, you won a copy of An Unexpected Journal. So here's the thing. You need to send us an email to unexpectedjournal.com or unexpectedjournal@gmail.com. Send us an email and let us know that you won the issue, and tell us it was in the second intermission and your screen name. We can't, that's the only way we're going to be able to send it to you, because we can't send a message to your Facebook. So anyway, but thank you for entering. Okay. So Zach, I think we're at the end of our time now. Should we go into our next segment?
Let's go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will see you in just a sec.
All right. Well, awesome. Welcome to our 5th session already today called Literary Dragons. With me right now is George Saunders, and hopefully Adam Bracken will be popping in momentarily. It's technology, you never know. But welcome, George. Thanks for being here, man.
Hey, Zach. Thank you. Good to finally speak with you as close as face-to-face as we can get these days, it seems.
I know, right? And it's so nice, too, because, you've written for the journal before, but I believe this is the first time you've written since we had the launch party. So it's the first time I'm talking to you.
That's true. Yes, sir.
We appreciate everything you've done. And I guess for the people out there who might not know you, maybe could you introduce yourself a little bit and just also tell us a little bit about your piece. I love your piece, so I'm very excited to talk about it.
Oh, thank you. There's not too much about me. I'm about the most boring fellow you can meet, I guess. Enjoy a lot of arts. Writing, painting, drawing, working on a PhD in Christianity and the arts at Southern Seminary, writing on some aspects of Tolkien's work. So deep and buried in that, and every once in a while make an excursus out to write about dragons and things, and exercise the fun part of life.
Are all those books piled around you? Is that all your dissertation resources just piled around?
Yeah, this over here is just right now my Lewis and Tolkien and Owen Barfield and that kind of stuff.
Nice. I love it. Having recently gone through that process too. Yeah, it's your shelves begin to overflow a little bit.
Yeah, I recently purchased a few bookshelves, and as soon as I got them set up, realized I hadn't bought enough of them. So,
Oh man, it's if you're on Twitter, it'd be like hashtag PhD problems or whatever.
yeah, it's fun though. I love it. It's it just the world out there that God has given us is huge, and every time we think we've dug to the bottom of something, we just realize there's another layer down to keep going and enjoying and all that. So I enjoy it. I think that it's an unexpected blessing to us to see all these things that art all around us every day. Enjoy it. So I even thought this, right? This is kind of a dragon related thing. While I was eating lunch today, there's a national park in Alaska. You can go and watch the webcam of the bears like catching salmon and stuff. It's cool. I don't know. I've been doing that a long time. July and June are great because there's a lot of fish. There's a lot of bears. But I sat there and I was thinking, here's these bears sitting there catching fish. And I said, God has balanced out the world so that like the fish don't take over, right? Enough fish that are swimming up, going to spawn in the stream, right? The bears catch just enough of them that there's not too many baby salmon up in the coming back down after they're born, right? And it's just, God has made it so that the world is balancing itself. We're not overrun with creatures, which it comes into dragons with the idea that there's this creature out there that and Carla and Don Catchings even talked about this, right? There's this creature in myth that can't be beaten, that if it could be allowed to roam free would take over the world, right? It's the salmon that would just spawn too many things, and it's the creature that's unstoppable, and yet God has made it so that even in our imagination these creatures are stopped, and they're stopped by providence, they're stopped by miracle, they're stopped by external influence. Sorry, that was way off the topic, but like made me think about dragons while I was eating lunch today.
No, that was awesome. And it actually is a really interesting bridge to your story because, you had to turn that trope on its head, right? Your dragon, personally, I felt more sympathetic to your dragon than I did to your knight.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where it was, right? And I thought whoever came up with the tagline, right, in the journal, I just have the name, Grothagar is the name of the story, and whoever put the tagline in, they put right a glory-seeking knight. And I'm like, that's perfect. That's exactly what it is, because the goal in this was for me to explore the idea of, would we ever cheer for the dragon? Would we ever be on the side of the dragon? The dragons are evil, they're bad, except in Kenneth Graham's Reluctant Dragon stuff. But would we ever cheer for the dragon? And so, what would make us cheer for the dragon? And what if the knight was bad? And so just kind of exploring that idea and just see where it comes, not necessarily answer the question, but to bounce those ideas around and say, that I don't want to like the dragon, but I do.
And it does. So for people who haven't read your story yet, as you're building to this moment of tension, I felt like, okay, the confrontation is finally going to happen, right? Like that's what you're building towards. And I don't entirely want to, ruin your ending because I want people to read it. But at the same time, you do a great job building that tension. And maybe I'd be interested. You mentioned obviously some of the inspiration was, okay, what if we cheer for the dragon, right? Were there any other source of I love asking fiction authors about sources of inspiration. Was there anything else that was in your mind when you were thinking about this story?
Yeah, so it really started kicking around, at least the dragon theme of that concept, because I was reading in Beowulf. Tolkien did a translation of Beowulf, and he commented on it in several places. Most famously his on the Monsters and the Critics essay, and so I was reading in that, and you have in that, virtuous knights, unvirtuous knights. You have knights that you don't know are they, or all the men in the mead hall, right? When Grendel comes in and whatnot, is you don't know if they're good or not, and yet they suffer. And then Beowulf is good and he is victorious, but he also suffers, and right. So it's just kind of that virtue of the knight, virtue of the hero of the story, and what happens to him, and what happens to those who are unvirtuous, right? The Beowulf's companions are certainly unvirtuous at the end. So that was kind of the immediate background of the dragon context in the story.
I love that, and also as a Tolkien person, I'm very happy to hear that was the inspiration behind it. I have to wonder though. Now, refresh my memory, because I'm sure you told me this at one point, but I don't. Graphiar was intended to be a standalone short story, right? You haven't built like a bigger world around it, or have you?
There's more coming behind it. It's kind of like opening chapter, maybe I haven't completed. I haven't finished where it's going, but it's essentially, aimed to be a multi-chapter exploration of that idea of a knight that is less than you want him to be. But as a first chapter, you want it to kind of stand on its own. So.
Right, and I like that a lot, because I was wondering, because I felt that way when I was reading it. At the end, I mean, you're right, it stands alone very well, and I was satisfied with where it ended. But part of me wants to know, like, what happens next. Like, I mean, and then I can't feel like the knight is happy at the end, and so I'm very, I'm glad to hear that there might be more coming, because I want to read more too. It's interesting, because in some ways, I mean, you're very consistent with kind of the traditional dragon trope, right? In some ways, I mean, you have this big old lizard in a castle, right? You're very consistent in some ways, but maybe just to kind of tease our readers out a little bit. So, how does the story begin? Just so they know how it begins, so they might be like, "Oh, well, I want to know how it ends now too."
Yeah. So the and you're right to say, right, we use the straight, canonical dragon in this thing, and the story begins off with desolation. The dragon has already come through, and in fact, you don't really even see the dragon until rather late in the story, but he's there, right? His existence is there, and he's gone through, and there's desolation, and the knight has just arrived, in a sense, ready to do battle with the dragon, ready to prove his mettle or whatever it is, and I think that the reason that I use a really straight up traditional dragon is because you've got to anchor to something that people know, and then play off from that, right? You either have to use the something they know and then unexpectedly invert a piece of it in order to make interest in the story and develop further, or you've got to keep one thing steady and move every other piece around, right? So in this case, the dragon is a steady known element, and then the characters around it are either what you expect or don't expect, and they're the ones that move.
That's a really interesting way of putting it, and I'm curious. There's when you put it that way, that you have to hold one thing steady and then move maybe one element around it or something around it. The apologetic value of that approach is pretty profound, because you're right. If you anchor it in something, in let's say a cultural icon or something of that nature, something that people understand, they'll notice the deviation, and perhaps they'll think, like, they'll focus on the deviation, right? Because the ordinary, I mean, they already know, so they're not super shocked to find out that your dragon is a giant lizard. I mean, nobody will probably be blown away by that. So I wonder, what do you think are kind of I don't know, like, maybe in storytelling in general, or maybe in your story, how will you wrap our heads around this, this kind of method of communicating truth, shall we say? Like, we're trying, you change certain elements from the dragon trope for a purpose. And I'm curious, as to why that might have been, or what you think about that kind of modification as an apologetic.
Yeah, and it's come up a couple times even today on this this discussion, right? Is the inexorability of dragons as foes, that they're undefeatable except by, right? And then the except by is the key, right? And just, as I'm clicking through, obviously doing Tolkien reading and scholarship, right? The dragons show up and nothing stops the dragon except, right, Bard shoots an arrow, right? And whoops, it accidentally hits the one place that it, or the when Encalagon, and this is in Silmarillion, right? The eagles show up. What? And in Tolkien's work, what are the eagles? They're essentially the embodiment of providence, right? They're not controlled by any, they're not affected by anything that happens in Middle Earth. They just show up when they're needed, right? Who takes Gandalf off the top of Orthanc is an eagle. He wasn't called; he just shows up there, right? Who picks up Frodo off of the side of Orodruin is eagles. Right? They showed up, and Gandalf said, "I've got a hobbit over there to go get him." So there's these providential creatures that come around when they're needed in order to defeat dragons, or even the Sleeping Beauty. I thought of this story, right? It's how does Maleficent fall is when the throws the sword, but the spot was pointed out by the good fairies, right? The mystical power of good displays how to defeat the dragon, right? So I think that apologetically we follow along that theme of dragons are not defeatable, not by might nor by power, but by providence, right? Not by some superhuman force, some thing outside of natural creation is the means of defeat for this. So just kind of in that, that's how it got into my story. Just thinking of these dragons that are that powerful, and then what would happen if someone wanted to be powerful enough to defeat a dragon.
This is why fiction and the imagination are so important, right? And it came up it was my first session of today, but how, fiction kind of lets you get close to something without, I don't have to meet a dragon because that would be terrifying, but I can kind of meet a dragon in your work, right? I can get as close to that dragon as I want to. But in doing so, it's kind of showing me, okay, what virtues would I need to cultivate in order to be prepared to face the dragon in my life? So it's almost like training, right? Fiction, in a way, almost serves to prepare my mind for that moment when I might need to display that virtue. I found that interesting, the connection between fiction and virtue. Now, it's interesting because your story, you're right, your knight is lacking certain virtues, shall we say. Well, I don't know if he's lacking.
Or all of them.
All of them. I wonder if he had a little benefit of the doubt. Poor guy. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, and I think you do this really well, but I'd love to hear you talk about this because sometimes, especially as Christians, we write stories and they're very preachy, right? And Christian fiction kind of has a bad rap. You do it very well. So I'd be interested in your thought about like virtue and being a Christian writer and how we do it without just sounding. I mean, because you certainly do not do that, and I like your story very much. But is that something you're consciously like try to avoid being super preachy or anything of that sort?
Yeah. When people ask me about, fiction, because I'm writing a dissertation in Tolkien, and they're like, "Oh, you're just doing stories." I'm like, "That's right. I just get to read stories all day. It's cool, But no, honestly, this is one of the coolest things I think about story writing and story reading and things, is that it does speak to us on a way that just hits us without having to really grind out the logic and stuff, right? We can just receive the story itself and actually benefit and profit from that. There's friends of mine that they always kid me because every time I see them, I'm telling them, like, you got to understand the story first. Read it like a story first, right? One of the right, Beowulf, Tolkien's essay, Monsters and the Critics, has one of the most beautiful analogies ever. And he's writing against the students. I said students. That's not even a word. Students of Beowulf and all the things that they talk about. And he says, and he has this metaphor of a tower, and a tower that had been put up, and they looked at the stones and said, wait, these stones belong from a building before. And so they tear down the tower to look at how these stones were carved and crafted and fit together and everything. And Tolkien says, you're crazy, man. It was a tower. And if you went up in the top of it, you could see the sea, right? And, you could see a long way. You could enjoy it. There was benefit to the thing being just a tower. Now, sure, there was other things involved, but as a tower, it actually had a profit that you completely missed by becoming all scientific about it. And so exactly that, right? If we as a Christian write stories that we like, they'll be Christian stories. Right. If I'm a Christian and I'm consciously a Christian and I study, I don't just read Tolkien, right? I also read theology. I also read the scriptures. I also read in devotional literature from good Christians, right? If that's what's percolating in my mind when I write stories, they'll be Christian stories.
Man, I love that. And it's so it really makes me want to now go off. And this is totally off script, so if you don't want to go here, we don't have to. But
go for it. Let's do it.
On fairy stories, right? I mean, Tolkien's brilliant essay on telling stories, and I mean, just his concept of, okay, if you're going to tell a good fairy tale, you're not allowed to make fun of the magic, right? You talked about suspended logic and enjoying the story for what it is, and you can't mock the magic. You're just not allowed to do that, because the minute you do, you break that world, right? You break that world. The minute you try to automatically assume that, the sky can't be orange over there because skies aren't orange. It's like, well, okay, but now you've ruined it, because in that world they very well could be, and that's okay. You have to enjoy the story first for what the story is. And that's kind of what I like about dragons and all of this. Just because I've never met a giant flying lizard that breathes fire and does all this stuff, that's okay. I can believe they exist in that world, and I can experience that world and enjoy that world for what it is. And the funny thing is, though, if the virtues apply over there, it makes me wonder if the virtues apply here. That's what I love about Christian storytelling, is even if the specifics about the world are different, many the moral truths can transcend the fantasy world, right? They can be like your knight is lacking in virtue in that world, and we would look at him and say, yeah, that would pretty much fail at virtue in our world as well. We recognize that consistency of moral framework. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that kind of what elements can remain consistent between our world and that world for it to be believable fiction or fantasy.
Yes. Yeah, and Tolkien talks about that in On Fairy Stories in several places. And actually, when you read his letters, there's a canonical volume of letters. You see him kind of throughout his life wrestling with these ideas of how much in the fairy world, and I'm using that in his sense of fairy, right? How much in the fairy world needs to correspond to truths in our world, right? And he wrestles with that, right? His elves are reincarnatable creatures, right? They die and then come back to life in Mandos's Hall, and he's and early on in his life he was a little. I was just reading this in Caldecott has a volume, and he talks about this. But that Tolkien was a little not easy with having reincarnation, and then kind of worked out and said, well, I can allow that as a Roman Catholic. I can allow that as merely the elves recording what they perceived life to be, right? So he kind of backs out of it, but even you can see there that Tolkien is wrestling with that same idea of not to jump into maybe the philosophical world terminology, trans-world morality, right? And that's absolutely true, right? Because like you said, when he talks about an orange sky or blue grass and things, well, that'd be Kentucky. Unnatural things like that, they do shake us a little bit, and then we need to find that steady thing in the fairy world. If everything was different in the fairy world, we wouldn't be comfortable with the story. We wouldn't land anywhere, right? That's and that was kind of like I was saying earlier about the dragons being a constant, right? At least in my my story, right? That it gives you that anchor point that you can trust, right? So there's not too many moving pieces. And so even if the grass is the wrong color, there's got to be other things that are correspondent. Otherwise, it's just nonsense story, right? So we've got to be able to connect to it. And because morality and ethics and things are held at a deeper level than physicality for us, I think that's where we really tie in those anchors, right? We would be disturbed if fairy world morality was different than ours.
I love that because, I mean, frankly, I would be I would at least be confused, if not disturbed, if all of a sudden, you're right, in a different world. Just to use The Hobbit as a great example, right? If the mayor of Lake Town is all of a sudden like the greatest guy ever and everybody loves him. It's like, no, he's a terrible guy. He's a terrible leader. And I would be very, if not disturbed that, oh man, like I would not want him to be the mayor of my town. Of course, I live in a small town that doesn't have a mayor, but that's beside the point. It would bother me if all of a sudden I'm supposed to understand that he's the good guy. And that's what you do really well. You take the creature, the element of the creature that, like, we might assume because of the way he appears that he's the evil one or he's the good one. So you take the stuff that is less important about a person, and yet your virtues are consistent with who they truly are, with their being, which is so fascinating about your story. And I really appreciate the Caldecott shout out too, because that's one of my favorite commentaries on Tolkien. I love that book. It actually. I won't go into it now, but I already said that book reframed the entire way I view The Lord of the Rings. So maybe you and I can talk about that off camera, because it changed my whole perspective on the whole series. But but yeah, wow, I can't believe we're almost done. This was amazing. Now I don't know. I ask everyone this. I'm not sure, given how we've talked about if how you feel about this question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Is there anything that you want readers to take away from your story? Given what we've said about Christian storytelling and not preaching, but is there anything you want readers to take away from it?
Hopefully they take away a copy of the Unexpected Journal.
And we are now hiring you for our marketing team. Yes. Oh man, well let me ask you this too. You say you're very boring, which isn't true, but do you if people wanted to read more by you, I mean you've written for us a few times. Is there anywhere else that people can find things that you've written? I mean, obviously your dissertation will be at least the library, hopefully a book someday.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll be able to buy that everywhere that fine books are sold. No, I'm pretty low key. I don't publish a lot of stuff except with y'all. Y'all are cool.
Oh, perfect. Well, keep coming back anytime. You're always welcome.
Y'all were even cool enough to publish one of my pictures.
Yeah. Oh man, I forgot about that. I should have. I should have pulled that and put that on a slide for this. That would have been awesome. Man, that was our Tolkien issue.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that was a great issue. But oh man, well, it's been awesome. It's been great to have you here. Hopefully we can do this again sometime. And yeah, man, now we are going to transition away right away to Carla, who's going to be with Alex Marcos and Jesse Baker talking about defeated dragons. So a little, finality here. George, we'll see you again, man.
Cool. Thanks, Zach.
Hi, I'm Carla with an Unexpected Journal, and we are in our final segment for the launch party for an Unexpected Journal 2 on dragons. And I am here with Jesse Baker and Alex Marcos, who both contributed pieces to the journal. We're going to start out by just letting them introduce themselves and give you a short summary of their piece. So, Jesse, would you like to start?
Sure. Jesse Baker, in Burlington, North Carolina. I'm here, part of the hot is all gas right now. I guess if you in Texas, I guess we're understand heat a little bit. Piece that I had dealt with the Book of Revelation, importance of why it's there and its broad applicability, not just that, but also John is using it as to all of that. I know several interviews, metaphorical dragons that we're all using at one time, but this is kind of the meta dragon that is representative of Satan, so that after regular basis. That was a particular problem John. So just talking about what for them and how it's relevant for us.
Awesome. So you're crackling a little bit for us. I'm going to let Alex introduce himself, but can you see if maybe you can get the audio, if you can hear, but if you can get the speaker maybe through your computer or something else, maybe that might help a little bit. So we will check that in a little bit. But Alex, how about you? Can you introduce yourself?
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Alex Marcos, and I'm a teacher. I teach Latin at a classical Christian school near San Antonio, Geneva School of Burney. And my piece that I contributed for this edition of the Unexpected Journal is a sonnet about Hercules and the Hydra. So the issue is about dragons, right? And so I love Greek mythology, and in fact, I think about a year ago I contributed an essay on the Odyssey and also another poem on Persephone. So I love Greek myths, and I love to find ways of retelling Greek myths in a Christian mode. What would it look like if this myth were transformed by the message of the gospel, transformed by Jesus Christ? And so, looking at the dragon theme for the issue, I tried to think of what myths in Greek mythology have a dragon-like character in it. And so I landed on the Hydra, which is the second of the 12 labors that Hercules has to face. And so what I do is I set up the story about Hercules and the Hydra and show what the gospel looks like when it transforms the story. So I can talk a little bit more about the piece, but about me. So I teach Latin for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, but I also teach, along with that, Greek mythology and Greek and Roman history. So I love finding ways of connecting mythology, Greek and Roman history to Christianity, the Bible, and to help equip us with a biblical and moral imagination. So these images of Hercules and the Hydra and other Greek myths, I think, help us point to the truths that we see in the gospel. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do in this poem.
Sorry, I muted myself for a minute because I wanted to type and not have the clicking sound in there. So awesome. So we are going to start by sorry, I talk about Christus Victor. So both of you highlight in your pieces that it's Christ alone who is the victor. And I think sometimes as Christians we say that Christ is Savior, but I don't think we often always live as if that's true. Without understanding grace, I don't think we can really get a hold of that. And what for you to understand that? Because I think that comes through in both of your pieces. Alex, do you want to start?
Sure. So that idea of Christus Victor, that Christ has the victory over sin and death, is I love thinking of the image of the cross, that when Christ is suffering on the cross, on one level it is a defeat, the greatest defeat of all time. God is dying and dies on the cross, and yet on this spiritual level he is conquering death, sin, and the devil through his own death. And so if we were to see in a deeper level beyond the historical realm of the crucifixion, we would see this incredible victory that by his death Christ has defeated death. And what I love about poetry and mythology and stories is that it helps us understand that tension between a defeat on the one hand and a victory on the other hand. And what I'm trying to do in the poem is that when we see this hero try to defeat this dragon, this creature that's trying to kill him, he is unable to defeat it on his own. And if we tried to conquer sin on our own, we would fail. But that's when, if we call on Christ, Christ will give us the victory over sin that we cannot accomplish on our own. So Christ equips us with his own power, with the power of the Holy Spirit, to conquer the dragons that we face in our own life. And because Christ defeated him at the cross and through his resurrection, we can have faith that he will come alongside us and help us in our individual battles with sin. And so I think we remember his sacrifice on the cross, we remember his resurrection, and that ought to shape our imaginations in such a way that we realize that Christ is with us in all of our battles, and he can be the victor in our battles as well.
Awesome. That's actually, I don't know if well, you were on your way somewhere, right? So I don't think you saw this. Ted Wright actually talked about that with gave us the explanation of the symbolism of the serpent in the wilderness. Like Christ became sin, who knew sin. It's totally ties into that. But before we hear from Jesse, I just have to say, as you were talking about that, a few years ago, I volunteered with a Holocaust March of Remembrance here in Houston, and it was a connection of different churches, and the local synagogue was actually part of it too. And so we had our local rabbi, who is he's just amazing. He's such an amazing storyteller, but he was speaking at this pastor's luncheon, and he was talking about something. He said, it's almost like death. And we're like, yeah, it is. So anyway, I mean, you see that picture all the way through, right? It's like this victory from defeat, this life from death. But anyway, Jesse, how about you?
Hopefully everything sounds better now. But I think
Perfect.
For me, it's I guess the concrete image that comes to mind in the book of Revelation that kind of sets the tone for everything. Even though it comes about 5 chapters in, it's kind of the conduit through which everything flows in and out. And it's the paradoxical image of Jesus as a lion, but also a lamb. And what I like about Revelation and the sort of poetic nature of it is that both of these things are true, that he is the victorious one. And, I think they understand a lot of similar imagery that we have with lions, kings, rulers, powerful things. And it's interesting that when John is in this place, when he's in this heavenly realm, people describe the Lion of Judah is coming. And so that's what he hears. But when he turns and looks at the lion, it looks like a lamb that's already been killed. And so both of those things are true. And that sort of seeing and hearing happens several times throughout Revelation to try to say paradoxically, both of these things are true. But so everything and every opportunity for victory that comes on later in Revelation is through this lion who was also lamb, the one who was ruling, but ruling because he was killed. And so then contrasting with the dragon that shows up later, the dragon who continually kills, the dragon proactively does the killing, whereas the lion lamb is the one who does the saving and giving of life. And so these are contrasting figures throughout the book.
Awesome. I think I love your essay. I also love the resources that you cite, because Revelation is one of those books that people get hung up on and can get into serious trouble if they read it without context. And I've always thought of the book of Revelation as just kind of the Old Testament prophecy with some skin on it. If the prophecy in the Old Testament is like the bones, then Revelation is really fleshing it out. But next what we're going to talk about is just this concept that we are more than conquerors. And I wanted to read this quote, and this is from Jesse's piece, The Dragon's Demise. The goal of John's revelation then is to show things as they really are and to show who is really in power. Therefore, throughout the letter, John depicts Christ Jesus as the ultimate victor and all people in Jesus as equally victorious, even if their victories are achieved through death. And that, to me, I don't think I'd ever seen it in that way, but it's like, when I was reading both of your pieces together, one of the things that really stood out to me was like how very, very different the Christian message was and still is in its time and now. And so Alex, your explanation of the story of Hercules points out that Hercules had to accomplish a series of tasks to gain victory, whereas Christ did one task to gain victory. And Hercules was a hybrid, a God-man, whereas Christ was God who came and lived as man. And Jesse, your essay points out that all those who put their trust in Christ as the victor share equally in that victory. And so because of that, we're all equally empowered by the same Holy Spirit that raised Christ from the dead. So like just discussion topic on this issue that's been about dragons and the battle against evil, what would people to really get a hold of about the Christian and about God's plan? So Jesse, do you want to start?
Yeah. I guess first I want to piggyback on what you said earlier about Revelation kind of putting the whole Old Testament together in a very condensed story form with obviously a lot of imaginative and symbolic language. I can't remember who it was. Jerome, maybe St. Jerome said Revelation has as many interpretations as it has words, kind of idea. So I mean, we get that. Revelation is difficult, but I think that one of the big things that for me ties it all together, and I use the language at the beginning of the essay to say that I know John didn't have this language, but really what I think John is doing is it's a first century imaginative apologetic. It's trying to use a story as a lens with which to see the world. And the story that John knows is the one that his people have had for thousands of years, which is the one that began in the beginning and the one that ends with a tree in a city garden at the end of Revelation. And what he's doing is trying to say that this is our story and this is how we see the world. This is how we interpret the world. So his book, his message, his letter is trying to do just that. And one of the primary messages is kind of hitting the quotation that was shared earlier, is that for any believer to experience the victory of Jesus, all they have to do is follow his path. And, and again, I know I'm oversimplifying this, but Jesus' one path was faithfulness. And his faithfulness, of course, led to death, which led to resurrection and all of that. But in some sense, John is saying that's our story too. That's all we have to do. It's like he's already cleared the brush. The road was difficult. It was hard to travel, but he's cleared it out. And now we have a clear path with lights all the way through. And all we have to do is follow the same path that he does it. And even better, he gives us the Spirit so that we don't ever do it alone. And so he's calling this community to walk this path. And it's a path that he says it's assured with victory at the end. And we know that because Jesus has shown us that. So whatever life has to throw at us, that path is the victorious one.
Yeah, it's really so you are a Methodist pastor, and the Wesleys, they were very focused on this holiness, right? Like actual walking out and living out your faith. So that is, and as you were talking, you're talking about Revelation is showing the end, this victory over evil and chaos. And this was on the book of Job, which probably the first written book of the Bible. And it's really an apologetic work about the problem of evil. Man is asking, why God? Why evil? And this is the question in the book of Job, and the entire rest of the Bible is about that problem. God's plan to solve that problem in Revelation is the end of that, this final victory. But Alex, how about you?
Yeah, well, I was reminded of as we were speaking, and the previous segment was about Tolkien and dragons and Tolkien, and it reminded me of something that Sam says to Frodo. We are part of the same tale. It's the same tale. Don't the great stories never end? And what I was to see in Hercules and the Hydra, we're part of that same story. We're part of the same story where Christ is the victor, and we have the victory through him. And so when we look at these images and these instances, we are seeing where we are in participating in part of this larger story, this larger narrative, what we are participants in. And with Hercules, he's a hero, and he has these 12 labors to atone for something that he did. He killed his own family. It was Hera who always had it out for him. Put a madness upon him, and he, on accident, he didn't know what he was doing. He killed his wife and his children, and that guilt was so heavy upon him. And he went to the Oracle of Delphi, and the Oracle told him that in order to atone for this great crime, you have to perform these 12 tasks for Eurystheus, one of the kings, and he has to go through these tasks. And most of these tasks are done on his own strength. The first one is the Nemean lion, and the great thing about the terrible thing about the Nemean lion is that you can't pierce it, so you can't use any weapon against it. You have to use your own bare hands. And so Hercules strangles the lion with his own bare hands, and he wears the lion skin as the symbol of his strength and his courage. And he goes into this second labor with this great confidence that he can conquer this Hydra, this dragon-like creature. And it's one of the few labors, and there are several others, but this is one of the few where he meets his match with the Hydra. Every time he tries to use his own strength, it makes it worse. Which I think we can recognize that every time we try to deal with sin on our own without Christ, the problem just gets worse. Two heads grow out of the one. And so he looks around and he tries to figure out, how am I able to defeat this Hydra? And in the regular myth, he kind of uses his wits. He comes up with, if I just use a torch, and he actually has one of his friends help him when he cuts off the head. Friend torches the head so it doesn't grow again. In this transformed version, Hercules has his hands are empty. He doesn't have any weapon that can defeat this dragon, and so he kind of turns to his father, who is Zeus. Right? He's the son of Zeus, an immortal woman, and he asks his father for divine aid. And according to the Greeks, fire comes from Olympus. Prometheus stole the fire from Olympus. And so when Hercules calls out to his father Zeus, Zeus sends him the fire from heaven. And so we are like Hercules, that when we come up against sin or a challenging time, you mentioned Job, or when we come across this impasse, no human weapon is going to work. And so we turn to heaven, we turn to God, our Father, for his help. And the help that he will send is this all-consuming power, whether you want to see it as the Holy Spirit or Christ, or this image of fire we see in the Bible. We see it in Revelation as well as a sign of judgment over sin. But that fire from heaven falls and consumes the dragon, consumes the Hydra, and gives us the victory where we had no victory before. And so we see ourselves as participants in the story as someone who is in a battle, locked in battle with our own sins, with our own difficulties and sufferings. And we need to recognize that on our own power, we will not have the victory. And so we turn to God, we turn to Christ, who will then give us the victory. And we're part of that same story.
Awesome. You guys have tied so much into what we've talked about in previous pieces. As you guys were talking, one of the things, it's this ongoing struggle, right? It's this battle that we're in. And that is, when we look at the difference between Christianity and pretty much and every religion, it's like most other religions are how you personally can find peace and fulfillment by your own works. And Christianity is saying you can't find peace on your own. You have to find peace through the source of peace, which is God. But also, it's just the story of the Bible is about man entering into God's plan and being a part of it. And so Islam, it means submission, but Israel, right, it means it's a struggle. It's this difference. It's like this contending with, and that's even what Job does. He goes and he presents his case to God, and he's like, I know you're just and you're righteous, so I want an answer. What is going on here? And he doesn't get one, but he doesn't get a reason, but he does get an answer. And basically God is saying, trust me on this one. I will come through in the end. And so I think I mentioned this in an earlier segment, but just literally in the last week, this is just working on this issue. This is kind of connected to me. It's like I get frustrated because there's certain things out there that seem so obvious to me, and people keep doing stupid stuff, and it's like, how do you not know this? And it's like, knowledge it's not come from, right? We have to learn. That's what the whole point of education. And that's just what it is. It's an ongoing struggle, this battle against ignorance, this battle against evil, this battle against confusion and chaos. I mean, that's what we're in. And I've just kind of realized that I just need to kind of suck it up and just realize that this is a story, and you can take breaks a little time, but then you got to pick it up and go on. Jesse, do you want to? What are your thoughts? You don't have to talk about what I was talking about, but I mean, what are your thoughts about just kind of this as a whole?
Well, as you were talking, I was thinking about chapter 6 in Revelation. It's where all the four horsemen show up, and I know that's a whole rabbit trail that I won't go down right now. But at the very end, as the 7 seals are unfolding, the last, 2, 5, and 6, the 5th seal have the saints who have been killed. They're in. It says they're under the altar. I think I don't have the text in front of me, but I think it says that. But they're crying out. They're asking a question. They're saying, "How long is this going to last? How long will it be till you vindicate everything that's happened to us? And what are you going to do about the rest of the people still down there?" Then the 6th seal is more or less the people of the world, people of what I would consider to be Rome. A lot of the leaders, a lot of the elite who are experiencing judgment. And they're wondering, who in the world can stand? Who can tolerate this? Who can survive this? And the answer to both of those questions sort of comes in Revelation 7, where we see the saints who are standing in the very presence of Jesus himself. And again, they're shown to be victorious. So it's a sort of it's an answer to both questions. How long? And it kind of transposes the timing of everything. There's the eternal realm where the people are in that sort of blissful place. They're experiencing the victory, even though it was as a result of their own deaths. But then the people who are questioned, who can stand? Well, the answer is the people of faith, the people who have trusted that God's work and that salvation that was accomplished in Jesus will speak loudly enough that will drown out any claims that death and sin and anything else that's against God might have over us. I think that aligns somewhere with what you said.
Yeah. To have to continue to stand, right?
Yeah.
Alex, how about you?
What I see is you were mentioning Revelation and you mentioned Job earlier, and we get this sense of apocalyptic literature. And apocalypse means a revealing, that the curtain's been pulled back and we're seeing what's happening on the spiritual level. And what's important for us to see is to see several things. You mentioned the difference between kind of a peace and also a struggle. When we see Job is struggling, he's in pain, he's lost his family, and he's crying out to God, right? Why is this happening to me? What's going on? We see this also in the saints on the altar. How long, Lord? They're also looking at it, all the suffering of the saints and the difficulties that the church is facing. We see this in Isaiah, the year King Uzziah died. It's a time of chaos and struggle and confusion. And yet, what do all these people see? The curtain is pulled back, and they see that God is seated on his throne. The cherubim and the seraphim are around him, and they're saying, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty," right? The Lord of hosts. And whenever they see that, they have nothing to say. There's been a relationship established between them and God, and they are seeing in to what reality, a deeper reality that doesn't demean or negate all of the suffering and the struggles going along in their own lives. Job is still in pain. Isaiah is still in the midst of incredible confusion, but they have given this sense that God is still in control. He has the power and he will have the victory, in that we are servants of God. And as you said, we're co-heirs with Christ, and we too will have the victory. And so we need to be reminded of the reality that God is on his throne. He's in charge. He's working all things together for good for those who love him. And we are participating in that story. And it's important that we have a relationship with him, that our eyes are fixed on him and not fixed on the confusion and the chaos that's going on around us. Remember that Christ has the victory. He is in control of everything. And we are to be with Christ as Christ is with us and Christ is with the Father. And so we need this reminder of the way things are and continue this relationship, right? Job's answer is God's presence. Isaiah's answer is God's presence. The saints appeal to God, and God does something about it, right? He reveals what his plan is, and they kind of see it unfold. And we may not see the end of it. We may not know exactly what's going to happen, but we can have faith that we have a God who is in control and is powerful and ultimately has a victory.
It's so awesome. Yeah, when I was reading Ted's, it's just a piece on kind of the history of dragons. That was just what came through so clearly, is that all the way through, God is basically saying, he's challenging the evil, he's challenging the chaos, and he's saying, I am in control. But just as you were talking, you guys gave such awesome responses. But I wanted to read Isaiah 53, because this is really the kind of telling the whole story in 12 verses, right? So I'm just gonna read it out of King James because this is what came up. But who has believed our report, and to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of a dry ground. He hath no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people he was stricken. And he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he hath done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He hath put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed, he shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hands. He shall see of the travail of his soul, and shall be satisfied. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he has poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with transgressors, and he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. That's the story all right there, isn't it?
Yeah, amen.
Okay, well, we are at the end, but why don't you share with people where they can find you? Alex, how about you?
I've done a few articles for AUJ, so I guess you can look at that. I did. So if you like the Hercules and Hydra poem, I did a similar poem with Persephone. That was the ancient Greek volume. And then I've also had a similar poem published with the St. Austin Review. I can't remember which issue it was, but I have another poem about Eurydice, Orpheus and Eurydice, that story transformed by the gospel. So those are the places that I've published so far.
Awesome.
I'm giving some speeches, but yeah, that's about where you can find my published work, is with AUJ and a couple things in St. Austin Review.
And you and your dad have given us some great pieces. And Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, like Alex, I've been in AUJ a few times. You can poke around the website there. I did recently have a poem published in Radix magazine. So online, you can just look that up. It's in their most recent one. Otherwise, I will invite anybody that wants to come to Burlington, North Carolina. I would love to see you in a Sunday service. If you find me on Facebook, which is just me, I usually share, the service, the sermon, and such. So if you want to, if my voice doesn't bother you too much, you can listen to me there as well.
So you're at the Methodist Church in Burlington? Is it Burlingame?
It's Burlington, yeah.
No.
Faith
Okay.
United Methodist. We have a few in town, so find the little one up on the hill.
Okay. Little one up on the hill. So if you need a church or you're just passing through, be sure to visit Pastor Jesse at a Sunday service.
There you go.
So anyway, well, that is the end of our segment, and so we are going to transition now into our final wrap up, where we're going to have our grand prize giveaway. So thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thanks, Carla.
See you later. Well, we are at the end. This is a wrap. So Zach, I just realized that we haven't talked about how people can subscribe to the journal. We should probably do that before we have a giveaway. But let me just say that if you would like to enter our grand prize drawing, then enter it #dragons right now into the chat. I will just say that there's a delay in the comments coming through, so you don't want to wait to enter in the into the chat. But we're going to go and we're going to tell you how, if you'd like to get a copy of the journal, a little bit about how we're starting to get it into some Christian bookstores. But if you'd like to subscribe and have it sent directly to you, you can go to An Unexpected Journal /subscribe. And when you subscribe to the print version, you actually end up saving about 50% because you get a copy of the print version as well as the digital version, or there's another option to just subscribe to the digital version if that's what you prefer. So anyway, that is one way you can enjoy An Unexpected Journal. So Zach, any final thoughts before we have our grand prize giveaway? I see that Riz entered into the drawing. He is he's a fellow alumni from I'm sorry. Okay, so somebody was there. Okay. This is Riz. He actually entered the giveaway, but he also has a really great comment. Dragons show us not just how incredibly vulnerable and weak we are, but they also reveal incredible protection and power of God. Amen. That's awesome. Riz was our first grand prize winner last year in our first live stream for On Superheroes. And he was just saying, I think my subscription's up. So who knows? Maybe he might win again. I don't know. Maybe he will.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And like Carla said, I mean, subscribing is a great way to support us. I do want to give one more shout out to, like we mentioned earlier, Christian bookstores. It's a Books has come alongside us. They've stocked some of our copies, which is really exciting. And we want to thank them very much for that. And obviously, we would love you to be able to buy An Unexpected Journal in whatever Christian bookstore is in your area, because we all can't live in Wichita. So, you know, if you run a Christian bookstore, if you know someone you think they should have a UJ, by all means, put them in touch with us. You know, we're very excited about what we do. We love what we do, and we love getting books in people's hands. That's really what we're here to do. So, of course, any way we can help facilitate that, like Harley just put on the screen, email us at unexpectedjournal@gmail.com. and that would be great. It's a lot of fun. I mean, Carla, it's a long day, I know that, but it's been a whole lot of fun. We have so many talented people writing and presenting, and it's just so great to see everyone. I mean, as together as we can practically be on a Saturday afternoon in June from all across the country and sometimes all across the world. So it's very cool to be able to do this. So I'm very grateful for everyone that came out to watch, came out to participate. And yeah, we, in about 3 months, we'll be doing this again. So we hope that you really want to come back and check us out and, enjoy your time, ask some questions, and maybe win some books if Riz doesn't win all of them.
Yeah. So as Zach mentioned, we are beginning to talk to more Christian bookstores about carrying the journal. And right now, as I said, 8th Day Books is the one store you could walk into today and pick up a copy. But we're hoping to add more to that list, and I will update where they're available at this page on Unexpected Journal / Christian Bookstore. So the other thing is, if you'd like to help the journal out, as he said, let us know. The other thing too is that if you would like to donate to the journal and help support our mission, you can go to anunexpectedjournal.com/donate or text AUJ launch to 53555, and that would be greatly appreciated. The other thing is, in the last year was going to be our year that we were going to focus on applying for grants. And we talked to a grant writer. There was, COVID pandemic, all kinds of things were going on. So that didn't play out, but that is something that we want to focus on. So if you know of or have connections to anyone who or know resources that you think that we should apply to grants, and put in an application for, please let us know. We'd appreciate the help. If you'd like to kind of join in with us and help us pursue that, we would love to have your help that way as well. So, right now we have a lot of writers and creatives that are coming in. Zach and I are pretty much, we have some other people. We have attorneys, we have engineers, we have more linear-minded people too. But if anybody wants to participate in a particular way, like helping us with different types of events, or helping us with some of the production, or helping us pursue some of these grants, like, we would love to have your help, even if it's not, contributing a piece to the journal. We'd love to have you as part of our little crew. So, Zach, what are any final thoughts before we go to our giveaway?
No, not so much. I think that just about covers it. I mean, it's been a great day, and I hope you all have enjoyed it. Always, too, one thing that would be very helpful, if you like the journal, put some reviews online.
Oh, yeah.
Wherever you bought it, on Amazon, on even on Facebook, give us a like and a rating. That would be amazing. We all know how algorithms work. Carla knows more about them than I do. But the point is, reviews are helpful. So, we appreciate the love, the support, and we hear from you all the time. So please give us some support, and we can keep giving out free books to people. So I'm excited to see who wins.
Okay, so let's go back to our giveaway, and this is for the grand prize, which is a 1-year subscription to an Unexpected Journal. So we're going to draw again, and just as a reminder, it's 1 win per launch party. So me and Marshall Leary have already won once if they come up again. So we're going to draw again.
I wonder who me is. I'm going to be curious all night now. So me, you better email us because I want to know.
Taryn, awesome. Congratulations. So Taryn on YouTube is, sorry, I'm trying to switch back to the banners. My computer has been responding slowly today. So anyway, just email your name and address and let us know your screen name and that you won the grand prize. So congratulations. So Zach, we are up to almost 4 hours. Any final thoughts from Zach, our apologist in charge?
Not too much. No, it's this issue, like Carla Handel alluded to earlier, she and I had a very different idea of what this would be coming into it. Well, we'll talk about issues ahead of time and just think about, oh, this is probably what we'll receive. This was different than what I ever imagined we would have gotten, and it was beautiful. I was so impressed by what we got, and I was also so surprised. So I hope I'm surprised every issue because it just keeps going. And like I said, and like Harla mentioned too, AUJ, we are not your standard academic journal, and we're not your standard apologetics journal. But we want the content you have to help people connect through the good, the true, and the beautiful. So if we can do that, we're doing our job, and we'd love to have your help doing it with us.
Yeah, and you said at the beginning we're not really evangelistic, and that isn't really true with this this live stream. It actually.
I know. I saw the irony of that, and I was like, oh well, okay, I just lied to everyone on the live stream.
Okay, it's hidden. It's the hiddenness, right? This just came up, and it's a little more overt today. But we're not gonna lie about our purpose. Like, we hope we want people to know Jesus, right? So anyway, I think we're gonna call it a day, and thank you so much for joining us. Share this live stream with your friends, and just FYI, after the live stream, after the dust kind of settles, I do split each of the segments up into individual pieces, 30-minute segments, and upload them to the journal YouTube channel. So if there's a particular piece or segment that you just loved and you'd like to share it with someone, and you don't want to share the whole 4-hour segment, those will be available. So anyway, we are going to call this a wrap. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank everybody for the support that they've given to the journal over the past 4.5 years. And we are excited to start the next one, which is on joy. So we will see you in September.